Raja, can you please mute your mic, please?
Good morning to all.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Okay. Today our subject is business law. Okay, so this subject covered Indian Contract Act 1872, the next Sale of Goods Act and Companies Act. Okay. Then what is meant by business? So our subject is business law. Any ideas about business? Anyone
Teamwork.
answer? Yes. What is meant by business?
Teamwork, ma'am.
Teamwork. So nowadays, in ancient period, we are entered in various business transactions. It's correct? Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we are going to purchase some things. Sometimes we are having some services. Correct? So all over the society, we enter into the business transactions. Okay. So it is a teamwork. It's not, it's okay. But what is meant by business? So we are enter into number of business activities. For example, the agriculture commodities, the next electric goods, electronic goods, eatable commodities, the next running some beauty parlor, transportation services, banking services, etc. Correct.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
now, correct. So then, who is start business? For what purpose?
Demand, ma'am.
Okay, demand. The next,
Money purpose.
who is start business? Okay. For example, first to start business only for profit motive, not for service motive. Okay. So all the business persons are invested some amount to start some business. Okay. But in the business activities, first to need the raw materials. Okay. We have some planning and designing how to run a business concern. Okay. So each and every business to need some planning activities. The first one deciding how much amount are invested. Okay, so the investment amounts are differ from the each and every one business activities. So deciding the investment amount, then second one location, the next one the manufacturing or production places identified. The next it's very important, identified customers. It's correct. Customer is very important or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Very
Yeah,
important.
yeah.
Yes, the business activities mainly focus on customers. So that is only called the customers are the king of the market. Okay. So because first each and every business person first to identify the customer needs, after only enter into the production or manufacturing of commodities. Okay. So
Okay.
identify the needs and the wants. Okay. So first to deciding the investment amount, location, identify customers, identify technologies, identify labors, etc. So the finally, importantly, the need one is raw materials. Okay. So the raw materials are only converted into the finished goods. It is called business. Okay. Again repeated, business means the raw materials are converted into a finished goods. That is completed goods. That finished goods are completed goods only ready to the marketing. That is selling purposes. So this process it is called business. Clear? Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, clear. Yeah.
Yes. So, for example, we are enter into the wooden business to make some wooden door or wooden windows, wooden table, etc. So, first to need some wood. Wood is the raw materials. Okay. So, the wood is crossing different stages and different processes. Finally, completed some finished goods. So, that shape only identified that wood product is door or windows or tables. Okay. So each and every business are crossed with some activities. Okay. So it is called the business. Okay. Then second one is what is meant by law? Why need for law in the society? Any ideas? Law. Why it is implemented? So all the countries are followed some rules and regulations. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Why it is needed? What is meant by law? Yes. Any ideas about law? We have some traffic rules, law, income tax law, GST, etc. Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am.
in our subject two term, the first one is business, second one is law. Okay, so first we are discussed in business. The next one is law. So what is the term meaning by law?
Some rules and regulations, ma'am.
Okay, for what purpose?
Um,
It's visual.
yes, ma'am.
The notes is visual.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the law means that is rules and regulations. So the rules and regulations are implemented to maintain some order. Correct? To maintain, it helps to maintain discipline in our society. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Correct. So it is also to implement some fairness. Okay. So each and every one country having some different laws. It is helpful to maintaining some orders and discipline. Okay. So now we are enter into business contracts. That is business laws. Okay. So this business laws is helpful to maintaining the business transactions smoothly in our society. Okay. And the next one, this act, it is also given some principles and rules and regulations. Okay. So these rules and regulations helpful to conducting business activities smoothly. So for this purpose, in Indian government following some rules and regulations for the business activities. Okay. So in first one, I am given meaning of law. So the law means the rule of conduct imposed by a government to maintain order and fairness. It is called the law. Okay. It's clear?
Clear, ma'am.
Okay. So now we are enter into the main subject, Indian Contract Act 1872. Okay. Any ideas about contract? General term, what is meant by contract?
Temporary purpose.
Written
Enter?
agreement between parties.
Very good. Enter into an agreement. Okay. For what purpose?
Building contract.
Yes, enter into agreement. It's correct answer. But what purpose we are enter into an agreement?
Practical timeல finish பண்ணி கொடுக்கிறதுக்காக.
Okay. So the Indian Contract Act 1872 defined the law of contract is essential to carry on trade or business. Okay. So it affects the entire society. So it affects all of us in one way or the other. So every business person to follow some contract rules. That's only helpful to maintain business activities smoothly. For example, we are going to purchase some books, or we are going to some entertainment activities, or we are purchasing some cars, etc., etc. Okay. So in morning to night, all the persons are entering in some business activities. Okay. So in business activities, create some legal relationship between the parties. Okay, so for this purpose, the Indian Contract Act given some principles and schemes how to maintain business discipline in our society peoples. Okay, so the Indian Contract Act 1872 introduced in 1872, but it is based on some British rules and regulations. After attaining the freedom, we are changing some rules and regulations. It is based on the Indian environment. Okay. So all the transactions that relate to agreements and obligations of the contracting parties come under this act. Okay. So the Indian Contract Act states clearly the legal principles governing business transactions in India. Okay, so given some limiting principles subject to the following parties may create legal rights and duties for themselves. Okay, So the business parties to a contract will enjoy freedom of contract and also enforce the rights and duties. But these freedoms, rights, duties, the business disciplines all are depend upon the Indian Contract Act rules and regulations 1872. Okay. So the finally again repeated, the law of contract of India is contained in the Indian Contract Act 1870. So this act is based mainly on English common law, that is British law. So it extends to the whole of India. It came into force first day of September 1872. Okay. So these act separately dealings some contract. For example, this act relating to negotiable instruments, transfer of property, sale of goods, Indian partnerships, then insurance, etc. Okay. So it is the based concept of Indian Contract Act 1872. Okay. The next one is scheme of the act. So the Indian Contract Act having some scheme. Then first one is general principles of the law of contract. Then second one is special kind of contract. In special kind of contract means some persons are entered into the indemnity and guarantee contract. Some persons are entered into the bailment and pledge act. The next is someone's enter into the contract of agency. So laterly we are discussing this type of schemes. Now we enter into the Indian contract. Okay. First, I am given what is meant by contract. Okay, already someone told. So contract means enter into the agreement. The basic purpose is we are enter into the agreement for the business activities. Okay. So not for other purposes. We are enter into the business activities. So create some legal relationship. So this process, it is called the contract. It's clear? Clear? Yes, we are
Clear,
enter into the
Yes, ma'am.
business activities. So need some contract, need some agreement.
Contract.
Yes, it is called contract. Okay. For example,
Okay.
Mr. A and B. So these two persons are enter into the contract. So one person is seller and another person is the buyer. Correct. For example, A is selling car to the Mr. B. So in these business activities, A given car to the Mr. B. Then again, so in this case, then these activities what? Mr. A given car to the Mr. B, that is selling to the B. So in this case, for what B's activities? Yes? Yes? For what B activities?
Buying the car.
Yes, buying the car, it's correct. Then again, another one is?
Selling the car.
Agreed to his proposal. His proposal.
Okay, agree to that commodities buying. Then it's very, very important given money. Correct?
Correct.
Yes. So normally the contract must be entered into a two parties. The one person is called seller, another one is buyer. The seller is given commodities to the buyer. The buyer's main responsibilities is agreed that agreement and agreed that contract and also given money to the parties. Okay. So this activities is called contract. So I am given some simple definition. So agreement enforceable by law is contract. So agreement between two parties. That is one person is buyer and one person is seller. The next one is the agreement must be contained enforceability. Any ideas about enforceability? What is meant by enforceability? Enforceability. Enforceability, any ideas? Okay, enforceability means that is the create legal relationship between the parties, between the contract parties. That is buyer and seller, maybe create the legal relationship. That's only the contract is valid, otherwise invalid. Okay, so the law is not accepted, the illegal relationship between the parties. Okay, so each and everyone are having rights to enter into the business contracts to sell any commodities. Okay, so then buyer also accepted that commodities and given money to the seller. So everything is correct, but the each and everyone contract having some enforceability. Enforceability means that is the law accepted to the valid contract, not for invalid contract. Okay, so this process it is called the enforceability. For example, in our society, sell all the commodities, okay, except some commodities. What type of commodities are not sold in our society? Given some example. What type of commodities we are not sold? We are not
ஹஸ்பண்ட்
selling.
வந்து ஒய்ஃப்க்கு வந்து மந்த்லி அலவன்ஸ்லாம் தரது ஒரு வகையான
ஓகே, அலவன்சஸ் கொடுக்கறது அதெல்லாம் ஓகே. என்ன மாதிரி கமாடிட்டி நம்ம இந்தியால சேல் பண்ண கூடாது? எல்லா கமாடிட்டிஸும் சேல் பண்ணலாம் கிடையாது, எக்ஸப்ட்
illegal drugs and
very good. Illegal drugs, correct. Illegal drugs. The next another one is, for example, gun. Okay, so the gun manufacturing process only undertake to the government only, not for public person, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and also gun is not
Yes, ma'am.
sold everywhere, correct? So some having some restricted that commodities, particular person only manufactured, particular person only sold, correct? Correct. So the other person is selling some gun, it is illegal contract. Okay, that is called not enforceability. So the law is not accepted. இப்போ அவங்க சொன்ன மாதிரி என்னதுன்னா ட்ரக்ஸ் எல்லாரும் விற்கலாமா? நம்ம சொசைட்டில அது பர்மிஷன் இருக்கா?
இல்ல மேம்.
கிடையாது, it is illegal. So இந்த law வந்து accept பண்ணார். So not enforceable by the law, our Indian law, correct? So say enforceable means given permission from the government to sell that commodities. Okay,
Commodities. Okay.
Yes, so finally we conclude. So contract means finally we conclude, contract means enter into the two parties, the one person is buyer, another person is the seller. So selling some commodities, that commodities approved only by the government, Indian government. So that's that goods only ready to selling. The buyer is accepted that commodities, accepted that agreement and paying the proper amount. It is called the contract. Okay, so the contract having three terms. In this point, first one is agreement, and the next one is offer, the next one is acceptance. Okay, so already we are discussed agreement. What is meant by offer? What is meant by offer?
offer is given by the seller.
Offer is given by the seller to the buyer, correct?
Buyer.
Given some chance. First, why this need for offer means, so we are announcing, I am having some commodities. For example, I am having some car, I am having some pen, I am having some house. Okay, first to announce, okay, having some commodities. So that's only to know that the buying parties. So otherwise, no one to identify that commodities, which one is available, which one is ready to sell. Okay, so in this purpose, offer is given by the seller. I am having some commodities, which one is willing to buy that commodities. Okay, it is called the offer. Okay, offer given by seller, it's very good. Then acceptance, who is made acceptance?
Buyer is made acceptance.
Yes, buyer is made acceptance. So buyer is accepted that offer. So the offer and accepted both are called agreement. Clear? Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's very, very important. The agreement concept, offer concept, acceptance concept. Okay. So offer given by seller and acceptance given by the buyer. These both terms are joiningly called agreement. Finally, so contract equal to agreement plus enforceability. Okay. So enforceability means the law is accepted that business activities, that buying activities, that selling activities, it is called enforceability. That is only valid contract. Okay. Okay. This concept is over. The next term is in every contract, agreement is very important, offer is important, acceptance is very important, enforceability is very important. And also another term is also important. Consonants add item. CONSENUS ADIDM. Consonants add item. Consonants add item means it is a business law term. In English, meaning is same mind of parties. Same mind of parties, same thinking of the parties. It is called the consonants add item. It is also one of the main elements of valid business contract. Okay. So what is meant by same mind of parties? Same mind of parties.
Agreeing about same thing in the same sense.
Very good. Exactly. Agreement in the same things in the same sense. Okay. For example, இப்போ நம்ம கிட்ட இப்போ 3 கார் இருக்குன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. 3 கலர்ல கார் இருக்கு. என்கிட்ட ஒயிட் கார் இருக்கு, கிரீன் கார் இருக்கு, ப்ரௌன் கார் இருக்குன்னா இப்ப நான் செல் பண்ண போறது ஒயிட் கலர் காருன்னா வாங்குறவங்களும் அந்த ஒயிட் கார் தான் சொல்லிட்டு அவங்களுக்கு தெரியணும். அதை விட்டுட்டு நான் வந்து ஒயிட் கலர் கார் வந்து சேல் பண்றேன், அவங்க வந்து என்னன்னா இட் இஸ் ரெடி டு வில்லிங் பை கிரீன் கார். ஓகே. பட் செல்லர் இஸ் திங்கிங் ஒயிட் கார் செல்லிங், but buyer is thinking green car. Okay. So it is not consensus item. Okay. It is not same thing of parties. Okay. So these two persons are thinking some different. Okay. So it is not valid. Okay. So the contract is valid only. Consonants item is very important. That is same things and the same sense of the parties is very important. அப்ப செல்லர் வந்து ஒயிட் கலர் கார் விற்கிறேன்னா பையரும் வந்து அந்த ஒயிட் கலர் காரை தான் அக்செப்ட் பண்ணும். ஸோ இவர் கான்ட்ராக்ட் போடும்போது இவர் வந்து ஒயிட் கலர் கார் சொல்லிட்டு வாங்கும்போது எனக்கு கிரீன் கலர் கார் தான் வேணும்னு சொன்னா இட் இஸ் நாட் வேலிட், இட் இஸ் நாட் அக்செப்டட், இட் இஸ் நாட் என்ஃபோர்ஸபிள். ஓகே. செல்லவே செல்லாது எங்கேயுமே. கிளியர்? கிளியர்?
Clear, ma'am.
Okay. So in Indian contract, the buyer is important, seller is important, and the next one is money means in this point of view. And another term is important, it's consideration. Consideration means something in return. Okay. So the two parties are enter into the business, each and everyone having something in return. For example, seller given commodities, buyer given money. So these both the parties are having some returns. Correct. It is valid contract. For example, seller given commodities, but buyer not given money. It is not a valid contract. It is invalid contract. Okay. So these two parties are having something in return. It is called a valid contract. Okay. So offer, acceptance, buyer, seller, consideration. The next consonants are items. So these are the important elements of business contract. Okay. The next is very, very important question. It's a big question. Essential elements of a valid contract. Okay. 100% repeated question in university exam. Essential elements of valid contract. Okay. So the first one is offer and acceptance. Already we are discussed offer and acceptance. So offer given by the seller and acceptance given by the buyer. Okay. So a contract evolves from an offer by one party and acceptance of the same by the other party. So the acceptance should be definite without any qualification. So an offer needs to be clear, definite, complete, and final. It should be communicated to the offeree. So a proposal when accepted becomes a promise or agreement. So the offer and acceptance must be consensus ad item. It is called a valid contract. Okay. So offer given by the seller and acceptance given by the buyer, but these both the parties are having consensus or item. It is only the valid contract. Okay, so these topics already discussed. The second one is intention to create legal relationship. What is meant by legal relationship? Intention to create legal relationship. Yes. Yes. Any ideas about legal relationship?
The relationship between government and the businessman.
Yes. Governed by the business.
Yeah. Government and the business.
Okay, I have one question. So father daily to give his daughter's pocket money. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. It is called legal relationship.
No. It's
Then
legal.
next, what
Some
relationship?
registered
Then
in law.
next. Yes.
Registered in law.
Registered in law.
Legal. It is legal.
That is legal.
Uh,
No. It is called a
no.
social relationship. It is called a social relationship. Okay. So father given some gift or given some dowry, given some money to his daughter. It is based on the love and affection. It's correct. It is not governed by any act. It's correct. It's correct. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is called a social relationship. So someone given something to other person, it is based on love and affection. For example, today it's a friendship day, correct? Yes. First week of August, Sunday, it's called friendship day. Okay. So some friends are given some gift to the other persons. Okay. It is based on the social relationship, not for legal relationship. So not on compulsion. Okay. யாருக்கு gift கொடுக்கணும் கம்பல்ஷன் கிடையாது. நானா gift கொடுக்கறேன் அப்படின்னா it is based on அவங்களால இருக்கிற ஒரு affection. Correct? So not one forcible. Okay.
Okay.
So it is given only based on the love and affection. So அதுக்கு நான் மணியும் கேட்கறதுக்கு எனக்கு ரைட்ஸ் கிடையாது. நான் எங்கேயும் போய் கேஸ் போட முடியாது. Okay. So so the two parties are entered. Okay. So father and daughters are entered. Father given something to the daughter, but it is based on the love and affection, not for legal relationship. So it is called a social relationship. Okay. So in this point of view, the business contract, the Indian contract create only the legal relationship. It is called a valid. So not created social relationship. Okay.
Okay.
But this relationship after sometimes turned into the legal relationship. For example, in aged person, the father is aged persons. We are not given some money. We are not protecting our parents. Okay.
Parents. Okay.
Yes. That time, father are given case to the childrens. Okay. So these children are not protected me, are not given pocket money to me. Okay. Are not saving him. Okay. So that time, that relationship is turned into the legal relationship. Okay. எனக்கு சொத்து கொடுக்கல என்னை பார்த்துக்கல அப்படின்னும் போது அது லீகலா மாறும். But in this time, okay, it is created only based on the social relationship. Okay. But in business contract must be only created the legal relationship, not for the social relationship.
Social
Okay.
relationship.
Yes. The persons are entered into the business motive only, not for love and affection, not for service. That is the profit motive. That is the business motive only. Okay. So given some commodities, given money. So the contract is valid. So the second one is legal relationship. It's important. Third one is lawful consideration. What is meant by lawful consideration? Consideration means something in return. What is meant by lawful consideration? listen. Who is disturbing? Silent your mic. Lawful consideration. Consideration means something in return. But lawful consideration means
Consideration is
so consideration means something in return. A lawful consideration means agreement must be supported by consideration. One party to a contract agrees to give something, so he must be benefited by the other party. So this concept, it is called consideration. Okay. So the agreement between lawful only when party gives something to other person and receives something from the other party. Okay. So the contract and the consideration are all based on the lawful only, not for illegal. It is called the lawful consideration. Okay. Consideration is very important. The next one is capacity of parties. What is meant by capacity? Capacity of parties. What is meant by capacity?
Eligibility.
நம்மளால இவ்வளவுதான் முடியும்ன்றது தான் மேம் கெப்பாசிட்டி.
Capable. Very good. Capable. The next one, understanding the contract. Okay. What purpose we are enter into the contract? It is called capacity. Okay. Or contract la parties enter na புரிஞ்சிக்கிட்டு enter ஆகுது. That is capable or skilled. It is called the capacity of parties. Okay. So they must be legally competent. Legally competent means having some skill to identify the particular contract, to understanding the contract. Okay. So legally competent to enter into a valid contract. They should not suffer from any incapacity. Again repeated, they should not suffer from any incapacity. So any incapacity means the capacity persons only enter into the contract, that contract is valid. So the incapacity of parties are entered, the contract is not valid. Okay. So in this point of view, who is called the incapacity of parties? Okay. Who is called the incapacity of parties? Any ideas? First, given some examples of capacity of parties. Which one is capacity of parties?
Major. Should be a major.
Should be completed 18 years. That is major person. So the major person only understanding the contract. Correct? Okay, it's very good answer. Major person. Then another. Second one is
Minority.
Yes. The major person, that is 18 years completed persons are enter into the valid contract. That person called the capacity of parties because he is understanding the terms and conditions, rules and regulations. Correct. Then second one is sound-minded person. What is meant by sound-minded persons? Sound-minded person. Sound-minded person means that is normal persons. Okay. So we are normal persons, correct? We are understanding all the environment conditions, correct? Correct. So sound-minded person means that is good understanding capacity persons. Okay, so these are the capacity of person. That is major person and sound-minded person. So both are entered into the contract, it is valid. But incapacity persons are not entered into the contract, it is not valid. The incapacity persons are minor person. We know that minor persons, correct? Less than under 18, it is called a minor person because the minor person's brain power is not capable to enter into the business contract. Okay, so the law is deciding the minor person's brain power is not capable to enter into the business contract. So that person, that minor persons are not entered into the contract. Then second one is unsound minded person. The unsound minded person means that is lunatic and idiocy. Lunatic and idiocy, some drunkard persons. Who is called a drunkard? Drunkard. Who is called a drunkard?
Alcohol.
Alcohol people. ஓ நம்மள பாண்டிச்சேரியில இருக்கோம் நல்லாவே தெரியும். கரெக்டா? ஒரு குடிச்சிட்டு இருக்க பர்சன் கிட்ட போய் நம்ம பிசினஸ் கான்ட்ராக்ட் போடக்கூடாது. That time that person not having sound minded. Okay, that is unsound minded person, not understanding what is going on. Correct. So drunkard person are not entered into the contract. The next idiocy and lunatic. Idiocy and lunatic means loss of mind power. Okay, memory loss. For example, Gajini Surya, short term memory loss.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So the memory loss person not having understanding the contract, what is going on. Okay. So the memory loss person, drunkard person, minor persons. Okay, not enter into the business are called the incapacity of parties. Then another one, convicted person. Who is called convicted person? Convicted person. Criminals. Correct. So we are interested to enter into contract between the criminal. Criminal kuda contract la enter agalama.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Criminals kuda enter agakudadu. Then another one is persons disqualified by any law, by any rules and regulations. ஒரு சில கண்ட்ரில சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க இந்த மாதிரி பர்சன்ஸ் குள்ள கான்ட்ராக்ட் என்ட்ரா கூடாது. The next another one is foreign ambassadors. Foreign ambassador, that is government parties. Okay. So these type of parties are incapacity of the business contract. Minor, unsound minded person. Unsound minded person means loss of memory person. The next drunkard person. The next convicted persons. The next foreign ambassadors. Okay, these persons are not entered into the business contract. Maybe நாம் அப்படி தெரியாம என்ட்ரா இருக்கோம் அப்படின்னா நீங்க எதுவும் கேஸ் போட்டு கிளைம் பண்ண முடியாது. Okay, so we are entered only the capacity of parties. So the capacity of parties means only major person and the sound minded persons. Okay, so it is also called the valid contract. So the first one is offer acceptance is needed. Second one is the contract must be created legal relationship. Third one is consideration. So both the persons are having something in return. Then fifth one is capacity of parties. So the contract must be entered into the capable of parties only. Okay, the next, what is mean by consent? What is consent? Consent.
நம்ம
Document
வக்கீல் கிட்ட போயிட்டு நம்மளோட இதெல்லாம் கேட்போம்ல மேம், பண்ணலாமான்ற ஒப்பீனியன் கேக்குறோம்ல, அதான் கன்செப்ட்.
Very good, very good. Consent means that is willingness. Okay, so we are entering into the business contract, not forcible. யார் force பண்ண கூடாது. Must be willingness for willing person only enter into the contract. So the seller is voluntarily given some commodities, given some offer. I am having some commodities. Who is willing to buying that commodities? Okay, then buyer also freely to purchasing some commodities, not forcible. Okay, for example, laterly we are also discuss these topics. For example, coercion, undue influences, fraud, mistake, misrepresentations. Okay, so this consent, it is called not free consent. It is not genuine consent. For example, coercion, coercion. Coercion means threatening. Okay, so we are not threatening Mr. A, Mr. B to buying that commodity. Okay, it is not valid contract. Okay, coercion, threatening. அவனை கத்தி முனையில வச்சு மிரட்டுறது, இல்ல அவங்க வீட்டுல இருக்க ஒரு ஆள் கிட்னாப்பிங் சம் பர்சன்ஸ். ஓகே, கிட்னாப் பண்றது, இதை செய்வேன் அதை செய்வேன், அடிச்சிடுவேன், என் பவரை பத்தி உனக்கு தெரியாது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நம்மளோட யூசிங் சம் மிஸ்யூஸ்டு பவர்ஸ் அவனை பயமுறுத்தி பவரை காமிச்சு கான்ட்ராக்ட்ல என்ட்ராக வைக்கிறது. ஸோ அதை கேட்கல ஒரு இந்தியன் கான்ட்ராக்ட். ஸோ எய்தர் செல்லர் ஆர் பையர் we are freely entered into the contract. That is willingness, it's very important. Genuine consent is very important, not one forcible. Okay. So in this point of view, free consent point of view, the parties must be on the same mind, on the same subject. That should be consents or item between the parties to the contract. So the party should have a free and genuine willingness in making the contract. So the consent should have to be obtained by force or any other by force or any other coercive methods. Coercive method means threatening. Okay. Fraud. Another example is fraud. So given some example fraud business activities. It's easily given some example. Fraud or mistakes. Nowadays, all the business are having some fraudulent activities. It's correct.
Insurance.
Except 1% or 2%, but 99% are entered into the fraudulent activities. Given some example.
சரி சரி இந்த காசு சிட் பண்ணலாம் இருக்குல்ல மேம், காசு போடுறாங்க.
Yes. Yes. Fraudulent activities. So this month is in Tamil month, Adi month. Given offer to all shop. Adi offer. Buying someone, getting someone. Okay. The next free sale. It's legal or it's quality. It's quality.
குவாலிட்டி மெட்டீரியல்லாம் சேல் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க ஆஃபர்ஸ்ல. கொஞ்சம் டேமேஜ் இல்லனாக்கா கொஞ்சம் நம்பளான ப்ரொடக்ஷன்ல தான் ஆஃபர்.
Yes, so having some fraudulent activities, selling commodities. Okay. Sometimes given some misrepresentation words. Misrepresentation man மாத்தி சொல்றது. அங்க ஒண்ணுமே இருக்காது. சூப்பர், இது செமையா இருக்கும், இதை வாங்கிக்கோங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி தலையில கட்டுறது. Okay, so these are not create free consent. So these are not create the legal relationship between the parties. Okay, so the free consent is very important. Genuine consent is very important. So both the parties are enter into the business activities same mind and same thinking. Okay, not for forcible by anyone. Okay, the next another elements is lawful object. What is meant by object? Object. Lawful object.
An object is a intransparent thing.
Yes, object is a transparent and must be lawful.
Intransparent.
Okay. Yes, so must be lawful. So it must not be illegal or immoral or opposed to public policy. ஒரு பொதுமக்களுக்கு எதிர்ப்பா இருக்க கூடாது. நம்மளோட பிசினஸ் அப்ஜெக்டிவ்ஸ் ஓட எய்ம். So the each and every one contract must be having lawful object, not for illegal objectivities. Okay, so it is lawful unless it is forbidden by law. So must be having some fraudulent activities or some injured activities, so the contract is not valid. For example, Mr. A promises to pay 50,000 for kidnapping C. It's valid or invalid? Again repeated, given some example. A promises to pay B rupees 50,000 for kidnapping C. It is lawful object contract?
No.
No, ma'am.
Yes, it
No.
is
No.
illegal objectives. The aim is wrong. Yes, the aim is wrong. Correct? So kidnapping is the prohibited by law. சட்டத்தினால் தடை செய்யப்பட்ட ஒரு ஆக்ட். Forbidden means breaking by the rule. So kidnap பண்றதுக்கு யாருக்கு இந்த ரைட்ஸ் கிடையாது. ஆனா மிஸ்டர் ஏ வந்து என்ன பண்றாரு, பி கிட்ட 50,000 கொடுத்து சிஏ வந்து கிட்னாப் பண்ண சொல்றாரு. ஸோ the Indian Contract Act 1872 wise, the remaining elements is correct. Two parties are entered. So AE entered, B is entered. Both the parties are something in return. இருக்கு. Both the parties are free consent. ரெண்டு பேருக்குமே willingness இருக்கு. The next both the parties are consonants are item. Same thing, same, எல்லாமே correct. But the object is wrongful. Okay. So kidnapping, it is prohibited by law. எங்கேயுமே எந்த கண்ட்ரிலுமே கிட்னாப் பண்றதுக்கு ரைட்ஸ் கிடையாது. So but Mr. A given money to the B, kidnapping C. 50,000 காசு நீ போய் அவனை கட்டிட்டு வா. No. So each and every one business contract having lawful object. That lawful object only create legal relationship between the parties, and also Indian contract accepted the valid contract. Otherwise, the object is illegal or immoral. The act given some punishment. Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
The next one is certainty and possibility. What is meant by certainty and possibility? Certainty and possibility. What is meant by possibility?
செய்ய முடியும்ன்றது மேம்.
It's possible. We are entering into the contract. That is only the possibility activities, not for impossible activities. Given some examples for impossible activities. Certainty also means possibility. So we are enter only into the uncertainty activities or possibility performance. Okay. Yes. Any ideas? Any example? Okay, I have some example. Someone dead. Okay, இறந்து போன ஒரு மனுஷன் இருக்கும். அவனை உயிராக்கி தரேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு கான்ட்ராக்ட் போட்டா செல்லுமா?
செல்லாது மேம்.
No.
Yes, it is
ஆமா.
not certainty. Impossibility. நடக்கவே நடக்காத ஒரு விஷயம். Okay. So each and every one contract deciding some much of quantity, amount, price, design, colors. Okay. That's only the valid contract. So I am having some car. Okay. Each and every one car having some colors. So fixing some price, having some designs. So we are ready enter into the selling process. I am given some details. So you are purchasing this type of cars. So these cars are that much of amount, are willing to purchase that car. Okay. So it is possibility. Okay. So some persons are order some agriculture commodities. I have 10 bags of rice, 10 bags of some minerals or some metals. Okay. I am given order for 10 TV, 10 laptop. Okay. So it is possible. But the death person, ஒரு பர்சன் இறந்து போயிட்டாங்க, உலகத்துல யாராலும் செய்யவே முடியாத ஒரு விஷயம். But we are entering into the contract again to rise up earth. Not chance, not possibility. Okay. So each and every one contract are having enter into the possibility performance. நடக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு விஷயத்துக்கு தான் என்ட்ரு ஆகணுமே தவிர இல்லாத ஒரு விஷயத்துக்கு என்ட்ரா ஏமாந்து கேஸ் போட்டீங்கன்னா செல்லாது. Okay. Another example, the nature mango. Okay. So mango, we all know that it's used for eating purpose. For example, some magic person, I am turned into golden mango. It's possible? Given 1 lakh, 10 lakhs, 10 crores. நான் எல்லாத்தையும் தங்கமா மாத்தி தரேன். Not possible. Correct. So we are enter into the possible contracts only and the certainty contracts only, not for impossible. Okay. The last heading is legal formalities. So we are well known that legal formalities. So each and every one contract having some legal formalities. That is to follow some document and the filing purpose. Okay, because the agreement may not be in oral or written form. Sometimes may be in oral or written form. For example, we are enter into the contract between friends. For example, given some books, given some cycle, given some bike. Okay, it is oral. It is oral. Sometimes it is oral or written, but normally in business contract having a written format. The written format only given main evidence for legal cases. Correct. So it is in writing, it must comply with the prescribed legal formalities in regard to writing, registration and attestation. For example, we are purchasing some land. Okay. Purchasing some land, it is only oral contract is enough. Purchasing some land.
No.
Yes, it is very big problems creating in future. So, while purchasing some land, we are enter only into the written contract. So, having some documents and after only registration the land. So, this only helpful to legal purpose. Okay. So, there are some legal formalities in order to make up agreement legally enforceable. So, the documents which the contract has been written should be stamped and registered. It is called the legal formalities. And also having some eyewitness. So then only a contract can be enforced in a court of law. So we are met have some problems. So these type of legal formalities only helpful to solving the problems. Okay. Okay. So this hours classes is over. I am finally conclude that law, we are discussed law. Law means following some rules and regulation. It is helpful to maintaining some discipline and order into our society. So this law also followed in business transaction. That business transactions rules and regulations, it is called the Indian Business Contract Act 1872. This Indian Contract Act 1872 given some rules and regulations in India how to maintain business activity smoothly in our society. Okay, so this Indian contract contract having some rules and regulations and given some rules and regulations to the business parties. First one, enter into the contract. Okay, so they enter into the contract having some agreement. That agreement offer acceptance only helpful to enter into the contract. The next one, all the contracts are enforceable by the law. The next one is the contract parties are capable, that is capacity of the persons. The next one, the contract must be free, genuine consent, not for forcible. The next, each and every one contract having legal object, not for illegal object. The last one is each and every one Indian contract is legal formalities. Okay, so this topic is over. We will meet next again, third hour. Any doubt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. After completed portions, I will given. I am sending notes to your WhatsApp group. Someone create WhatsApp group. Okay. I am sending all the notes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Is it? good morning to all. Are you all able to hear my voice?
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Morning to all. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's audible.
Good morning. Yes, ma'am.
It's audible.
Yeah, audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. This is Dakshayani, Assistant Professor in Department of Management Studies from Sharda Gangadharan College. So I'm going to handle business economics subject for you. Okay. So before we are going to see the meaning and definition of business economics, first we know about that what is mean by economics. So economics, in the sense that is we are here, they are going to be know about that how to use the scarce resources to satisfy the unlimited wants. So that is in economics. So here they are know about that scarce resources to satisfy their unlimited wants. And what is that business economics? So business economics here they are going to be analyzed making a decision, so about that how to allocate these scarce resources to satisfy their unlimited wants and maximize their satisfaction. So that is in a business economics. So in that they are going to be integrate the economic theory as well as the business practices. So why they are going to be integrate the business economic theory and business practices in the sense for the purpose of decision making and planning for their management. So what are the things they are going to be integrate in economic theory and business practices in the sense they are going to study about that theory of demand and theory of supply, consumer behavior and price determination in economic theory, as well as in business practices they will be making a planning and selection of their product and pricing, what uh, they are going to be determine their demand and who are the competitors and who are the suppliers and customers, and based on that they will be making a decision. So these all the things has to be integrated for an effective implementation. So that is called as in a business economics, as well as they are going to be maintaining an organized balance between the unlimited desires and with limited resources. So that is in a business economics. So what are the natures comes under in economics means that there are five natures nature and scope of business economics. The first one is an applied economic theory. Here they are going to be apply what kind of economic theory they are going to apply, in the sense they are going to apply both micro and macroeconomic theories for making a effective decision. And next one is whether economic is it positive or normative. So whether economic is it positive or normative. So what is that positive economics? So positive economic means here they are going to be gather and analyze the real data. So what is that, how it was or how it is. So here they only making or seek to understand the behavior without making any judgment about the outcomes. That is only they understand about the behavior. So but in normative economics, what things would be like or how it should be. That is here they are going to be analyze the outcome of economics behavior. So they that is outcome of economic behavior in the sense here they are going to be evaluate what is good or what is bad. That things has to be now evaluate in normative economics. So what are the areas they are going to be study in economic in the sense they are going to be study about that customer demand analysis for a form of a product and forecasting. In forecasting they are going to determining the sales and forecast about the future sales. So like this they will be going to study. And next about they are going to be study about the cost and production analysis or pricing decision and what policies and practices they are going to be implemented. And they will be know about the profit management as well as the capital management. So all these things they are going to be study about in area of this study for making an effective decisions and also for using a limited unlimited resources with a limited source. And next one is a profit. So is your as you all know that profit is a central concept in managerial economics. So how they are going to be maximize their profit in an effective way. And next one is the optimization. So optimization in the sense that is they are going to how efficiently or effectively use their resources optimally. That is called as a optimization. And next, fundamental concepts of economics. In fundamental concepts of economics, there are four factors comes under. One is a want, second utility, third value, and value and price, and last one is a wealth and welfare. So want is a desire. So what are the characteristics of human wants or comes under is a wants are multiple because there is no limit for human wants. That is it will be increased in a number of way and varieties. Okay, so everyone doesn't stop their needs and wants. So they accept more and more. So that is a wants are multiple. And wants are satiable in the sense it is possible to satisfy a single want. For example, we can take it as a law of diminishing marginal utility. It is based on the characteristics of the stability of a single want at a times. That is in marginal law of diminishing marginal utility. You can understand about that the satiability. So while you are consuming more and more goods, so what is the satisfaction level while we consuming the goods more and more? That is a satiable. And next one is a complementary in the sense here the satisfaction of a certain wants depend upon their other commodity. Like for example, the satisfaction is depend for example we can take it as a car. So in car, how the car will be run, it will be run based on their fuel like petrol or diesel. So it is based on their how much mileage it will be give. So that is in a complementary. So that is the satisfaction of certain wants depends upon their other commodity. And next one, alternative. So alternative is to be satisfy some of our wants by choosing from many available substitute. So that is an the alternative. So for example, if I'm regularly reading a Hindu newspaper, so there are more number of newspapers are available in the market. Hindu, Times New, Times of India, and like that. Business line, like that many newspapers, Indian Express, like that many newspapers are available. So which one is to be satisfied for me? If Hindu newspaper is not available on that time, I can go with an other substitute one. That is an alternative. Next one is a recurrent. So recurrent in the sense it the wants occurs again and again. So it will be repeatedly occurs. It will not be stopped. For example, hunger, it will be occur again. Thirsty, it will be occur again and again. So that is in a recurrent. The wants here the wants will be happens again and again. So these are the characteristics of human wants. And next, classifications of wants. Classifications of wants are classified into necessaries, comforts, and luxurious. So here necessaries are the topmost priority of every consumers for their life and efficiency. And next, comforts, here the customers or customer wants that make for a comfortable life. They want to be live in a comfort zone, comfortable life, that is called as a comfort. For example, they want to be stay with an air conditioned room, like that. And luxurious in the sense, that is a superfluous wants, that is they want to be bought or buy a expensive ornament, so that is luxurious. So our next one is your utility. So what is that utility? Utility in the sense, that is in simple we can be say it is a satisfaction level. So and value know that the worth or value and price are it's related to the concepts of utility. Generally it can be expressed in terms of other goods, so that is a value. And next one is a wealth. So in wealth and welfare, we can be say it is a stock of goods, and welfare it is a state of mind that will be a feeling of being satisfied. So here the wealth it's in economics is used to describe about that all things that have value. And for example, commodity to be called as wealth. So individual wealth can be categorized into individual wealth, social wealth, national or real wealth, like that we can be say it as. So these are the fundamental concepts or comes under in economics. So what next one is the economic analysis. So how they are going to be analyzed, it is mainly concerned with how an economy works, the formulation, how an economy works, like the formulation of economic laws, the method of economic inquiry, and the different approaches to economics. So they will be follow here two methods of economic analysis. So that is how they are going to be inquire the economy. So first one is a deductive method and second one is a inductive method. So deductive method we can be call it as, otherwise it can be call it as a abstract analytical or pure method. So that is a deductive method. So it mainly provides a hypothesis about some concepts. Okay, so that hypothesis which has to be tested and verified, and based on that they will be finding out the facts and frame their figures. So what has to be happen, like that they will be assumptions. Okay, so that is a deductive method. And inductive method we can be call it as, otherwise it can be call it as a empirical method, that is it is based on it should be analyzed based on the experience and observation. So here they are going to be collect the data based on how they are going to be collect the data in the sense with reference to certain economic phenomena, and finally they are going to be bridge the gap between theory and practices. So that is an inductive method or empirical method. And next, the modern economics to divide the subject as microeconomics and macroeconomics, or otherwise we can be call it as a subjective economic methods. Okay, so subjective economic methods are classified into microeconomics and macroeconomics. The word has to be coined by Ragnar Fish for one the year 1920. So what is mean by microeconomics? So microeconomics means here they are going to be study about the economic behavior of individuals, households, and firms for making a decision and allocation of resources. So that is a microeconomic theory. So it mainly includes their consumers, workers,
Hello,
investors.
ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah, tell me.
Don't you mind? You can tell me an example for this, so
Which
we
one?
can easily understand all of this. An
Which
example,
one?
please. All of this you can.
The class is very fast, man.
Okay, I will slowly explain.
Okay, thank you.
So which one you need an example?
All of this something like I don't know. Your class is so going fast.
Okay, I will slowly explain the concept. So the economics has classified into two types. One is the microeconomics and another one is the macroeconomics. So microeconomics means here they are going to study about the economic behavior of individuals, so who are being a country or nations. Okay, so they are going to be study the individuals or firms for making a decision and also the allocation of resources. That is in a microeconomics. So here, for example, we can take it as how a consumer make purchasing decision, or how their choice are affected by changing the price and incomes. So that is in a microeconomics. Okay, so the microeconomics are classified into three ways. One is the commodity pricing, and second one is a factor pricing theory or theory of distribution, and last one is a theory of economic welfare. So commodity pricing, so what is that commodity pricing? How they are going to determine their commodity pricing? In the sense, they are going to determine by market forces of demand and supply. That is commodity pricing. And next to factor pricing theory. So factor pricing theory, it's all based on their determine on land, labor, capital. So all the factors are contribute in production process. So in factor pricing, so land, labor, capital, so all the and entrepreneur also, so all these factors are contribute in production process, and that will be get rewards in the form of rent, wages, interest and profit. Okay, and next one is a theory of economic welfare. So in theory of economic welfare, so how they are going to be analyze that. So what to produce, how to produced, when to produced, for whom it is to be produced, what to produce, in the sense what goods and services should be produced in what quantities. Okay, so here the managers use demand theory for deciding the deciding this what kind of goods and services has to be produced, and how to produce, in the sense that is the firm has now they are going to be choose among different alternative techniques for production. So they, before going to be producing their product, they will be gather some ideas. So based on that idea, they will be choose which one is best among that. Okay, so that is how to produce. And next one is when to produce, and for whom it is to be produced. So here they are going to be whom should to consume, who that product should be who is going to be consume the product, and who is going to be claim the goods. So that things has to be decided in theory of economic welfare. So otherwise it is called as a scope of the business economics. That is what to produce, how to produce, when to produce, for whom it is to be produced. Next, macroeconomic theory. So macroeconomic theory, so macro means you are going to be study about the individual person or individual firms or individual household. Only we are going to study about that individual only. But in macroeconomics, we are going here they are going to be study about the total level of consumption pattern, a total level of output, a total level of investment in a particular in a country, a total level of employment. So that aggregate level we are going to be study in macroeconomic theory. So in microeconomic we are going to be study individual. In macroeconomic theory we are going to study about their total. Okay, so aggregate level of output, consumption, investment, employment. So that is macroeconomic theory. So the macroeconomic theory are based on what things they are going to be covered. It has to be theory of income and employment. The theory of income and employment are further classified into theory of consumption, theory of investment, and second type is theory of general price level, inflation, and next one is a theory of economic growth, and last one is a open economic balance of payment and foreign exchange rate. So these are things has comes under in macroeconomic theory. First unit, you have any doubt?
No, no.
Yeah, okay. So next I move on to the unit 2. In unit 2, the syllabus is mainly based on their demand and utility. That is these two concepts we are going to be covered. So today I only cover about the demand topic. Okay. So first, before we are going to discuss about that law of demand and the determinant of demand and elasticity of demand. So what is mean by demand? So demand is it means that willingness and the ability to pay for it. Okay. So I said that so customer need how manufacturer or produce their product, so based on their needs and wants of their customer. Okay, so needs is a basic level. So once needs are satisfied, the next they move on to their want. The want in the sense desire. Okay, so after the wants has to be satisfied, next they move on to their next stage is they move on to on demand. So what is that demand? So demand in the sense here, the customers not only willing to purchase, they have an ability to buy their product. That we can be call it as a demand. So demand in the sense the desire to possess a goods supported by willingness and ability to pay for it. For example, my desire is to buy a car. So the desire in the sense my wants is to desire to buy a car. So it is not only a demand. Okay, so everyone desire is not a demand. Once they have an ability to pay for it, that is called as a demand. So willingness as well as ability to pay for it, we can be call it as a demand. So what are the types of demand? There are 5 types of demand. So one is a individual demand and market demand. Second one, organizational demand and industry demand. Third one, autonomous demand and derived demand. Fourth one, perishable demand and durable demand. And last one, short term demand and long term demand. So what is that individual demand? So individual demand, it is this demand we can be individual and market demand. These are based on their usage of their consumers. Okay, so individual demand means that is a quantity demanded by an individual. Okay, so individual person, how much quantity they are being demanded. Okay, so that is an individual demand. And market demand means that is that is a total demand, total of that is aggregated of individuals demanded of all consumers, how much quantity they are demanded. That is, here we are going to be calculated in a total level of quantity demanded by consumers. Okay, so in individual demand means it is quantity demanded by an individual person. So in market demand means in particular market. For example, we can take it as in a Tamil Nadu. In total Tamil Nadu, so what is the aggregate of individual demanded of an consumers? So like that we can be calculate. And next one is a organizational demand and industry demand. So organization demand and the industry demand is based on the scale of usage. So organizational demand means that is demand for a products of an organization at given price. So for example, what is the demand for a Toyota car? So that is a demand, organizational demand. So what is the demand for a Hyundai car? So what is the demand for a Maruti car. So that is an organizational demand. And next one is the industry demand. Is the sum total of demand for product of an organization. So here they are going to be sum total in the overall total of the demand. So okay, industry demand. So for example, we can take organizational demand I taken as the car sector. So we in industry we can say it is that it is not car, automobile industry. So okay, so demand for cars of various brands, so Toyota, Maruti, Tata, Hyundai. So what is the sum of total of demand for their particular automobile industry? So that is called as a industry demand. And next one is the autonomous demand and derived demand. So autonomous demand in the sense demand it so it is not the demand not associated with the demand for the other product. So it may mainly arise due to the natural desires of an individuals to consume the product. And they are in simple we can say it as a autonomous demand, means it is a independent demand in the market. So like for example food, shelters, anything. Okay, so derived demand in the sense the demand for a product that arise due to the demand for the other product. So in better we can example for autonomous demand and derived demand. In autonomous demand we can take it as an so individual demand for a mobile phone, particular mobile phone we can Oppo mobile, Vivo, we can particularly we can be take may take example autonomous demand. So what is the independent demand in the particular market? But in derived demand, so we can take it as they are because arise due to the demand for other products. So for example, so SIM card SIM card are in the demand for their mobile phone, or petrol in need of a vehicle. So like that we can be take an example for derived demand. And next one is the perishable demand and durable demand. So perishable demands and durable demands are classified on basis of usage of goods. So in perishable demand, so it is a non durable goods, so we can use it as a single use only. So and we can on durable goods, and these goods are used repeatedly. So like it's durable goods, it come for in a long period. Okay, so next one is a short term and long term demand. Short term demand and long term demand is both are comes under on a time period based. So short term demand we can take it as an example umbrella, raincoat, sweaters. So this is for only a short period, and seasonal based they can be purchased the goods. And long term demand is a particular commodity over the long term. It may lead to the permanent switching of customer from one part to the another part. So that is long term demand. So it will be come for a more than 5 years. So we can be say it as a long term demand. Next, law of demand. So law of demand. So law of demand state that all factors being constant, as the price of a good or service increases, consumer demand for the good or services will decreases, and vice versa. So that is a law of demand. Law of demands means here in simple. So by this graph, x-axis are comes under quantity demanded and y-axis are prices. So it state that the law of demand state that people will buy more at lower price and buy less at higher price. So and other things remaining the same. So if the price increases, the quantity will be in decreases. Okay, so quantity increases, the price will be decreases. That is called as a law of demand. So here if we people buy more at lower price and buy less at higher price, so other things remaining the same. So what does the other things other things in the sense that is it should not be any change in the taste of the consumer for a particular goods. What goods they are be going to consume, so that goods will not be the change the taste of the consumers will not be changed. Okay, the purchasing power must be remain constant, and the price of all other commodity also should not be vary. So these things should, everything it should be a constant. But one other commodities, I'm saying that other commodity should not be vary. But here what things you are going to, for example, if you are going to be purchasing a ball or coffee, anything, okay, so particularly a branded product, Coca-Cola, if you are going to purchase a Coca-Cola drink, so that product brand will be, if a price of the Coca-Cola rate increases, your purchasing power will be low. What quantity you are demanded, that will be low. And if it will be the price of the Coca-Cola will be less, you will give you will buy in a more quantity. So but other commodity, we can be say it as a Pepsi, so that the price will not be changed, the price of Pepsi will be remain constant. Okay, so the other things remaining same here, in the sense that is the taste of the consumer and the purchasing power of the consumer, and the other commodities price will not be changing. Okay, so that things has to be explained in law of demand. So the law of demand curve will always goes on a negative or inverse relationship between the price and quantity of goods. That's why it can be called it as a demand curve slope downward. That is the curve should be in a downward movement. It's very important question, law of demand. So law of demand means, so the price level increases, the consumer will buy less quantity. If price level lower, the consumer will buy more number of goods. So what is the exemptions to the law of demand? So what are the exceptions to the law of demand? So there are 3 points. One is a Veblen effect, future price expectations, and Chiffon paradox or Chiffon efforts. So Veblen effects, in the sense it is called as a prestigious, this effect is mainly for prestigious goods. So that is, if the price of the goods rise, the demand for them maybe increases instead of falling. Okay, so here I said that in the demand curve, in if the price level increases, the consumer will buy more less number of quantity demanded. I said that. But in Veblen effect, particularly in prestigious goods, if the price of goods rises, the demand for them, demand for the product also increases. Example, we can take it as a diamond, gold, luxurious car, etc. Okay. So next one is your future price expectations. So in future price expectations are categorized. It may be arise based on their two situations. One is a inflationary situations, and other one is the deflationary situations. Inflationary situations, in a sense, that is, if there is a rise in price, so what the consumer think about that, they will be move on purchasing before hiking few more rise, they will be go for purchasing additional quantities of goods. And deflationary situations, in the sense it will be occur on a recession or depression period. So in that stage, the price level will be declined. So what they think, they will be postpone their purchase of goods, because they decide that again in future again the price will be declined, like that. Okay, so next one is a Chiffon paradox or Chiffon effects or Chiffon goods. Okay, so here the it means that rise in the price of a basic goods. So basic goods price will be rise, on which poor people have also spent a large part of their income. For example, tomato, onion, etc. Today's tomato raise is on hiking like 1 kg 200 something. So here that we can be call it as a Chiffon paradox or Chiffon goods effect. So in that case, the law of demand is exemption for this Veblen goods or future price expectations and Chiffon paradox or Chiffon effects. Next, elasticity of demand. So elasticity in the sense, it is a standard measure of the degree of responsiveness of one variable to changes in another variable. So that is a elasticity. So that is, in elasticity we can say this, how the demand shift when economic factors will be they're going to be analyzed. That is, here they are going to be know about their relationship between the price and quantity of the goods. That is, going to know about the relationship between the price and quantity of goods. That is, they are going to measure the degree of responsiveness of the quantity demanded of a goods to a change in its price. So that is an elasticity of demand. So how much quantity will change in price. So in how much quantity changes with respect to the change in price. So that is called as an elasticity of demand. So once again I repeat that, elasticity of demand in the sense, here they are going to be measure the degree of responsiveness of quantity demanded of a goods to a change in its price. So that is elasticity of demand. So in elasticity of demand, there have been three types of elasticity of demand. One is a price elasticity of demand, second income elasticity of demand, and last one is a cross elasticity of demand. So what is that price elasticity of demand? So in price elasticity of demand, so here they are going to be determine that degree of responsiveness of quantity demanded of a goods to change in its price. So how they are going to be measured that degree of elasticity of demand in the sense, the first one is a perfective elastic demand. So perfective elastic demand in the sense, so here they are going to be know about that. So so by the graph itself we can be understand that the x-axis is quantity and y-axis is price. Here the slight rise in price will contract the demand to zero. That will be that is O to P. If there is a slight rise in price, the demand will be zero. Okay, so if fall in price will attract the more consumers, so that is called as a perfective elastic demand. So if there is a fall in price, so if price will be very low, like it will be automatically attract the consumers, the consumer will go and purchase the more number of the goods. If the price will be rise, the demand will be on a zero stage. So that is a perfectly elastic demand. So what is in a perfectly inelastic demand? Perfectly inelastic demand in the sense, here they are going to, if there is a rise or fall in price of a commodity, the quantity demanded remains the same. So that is, we can be call it as a perfective inelastic demand. So perfective inelastic in the sense, if either rise or fall in price of a commodity, so here the consumer demanded for a quantity is should be remain the same. So there should be no change. So that is called as a perfective inelastic demand. And next one is a highly elastic demand or relatively elastic demand. So that is, if there is a small change in price, okay, so 0 to P1, and again we can see that is P2 is slow down that. So that is, if there is a small change in price, it will be lead to a big change in the quantity demand. And let's see that Q1 to Q2 there will be a lot of changes, okay, big changes. If there is small changes from for example, if you are purchasing a product for 5 rupees, so if there is slight changes, that is 4 rupees 50 paise, if there is, that is 50 paise will less, they will, if they reduce the price, means the quantity demanded will be a very big. So that is a highly elastic demand. Next, unitary elastic demand. So unitary elastic demand means, here the price level brings about a proportionate change in equal demanded. Okay, so both are, that is both will be elastic demand equal to 1. So that is called as a unitary elasticity of demand. So that is when what quantity demanded of a good changes by exactly the same percentage as the price has to be fixed. That is a unitary elastic demand. And relatively inelastic demand, in the sense that is so when there is a change in price, so it will be cause a less than a professional change in the quantity demanded. Okay, so that is a relatively inelastic demand, that is opposite to the highly elastic demand. So in highly elastic demand, so slight changes in price, there is a big change in a quantity demanded. So like that, if there is a slight change, if there is a change in change in price, okay, so it produces relatively less change in the quantity demanded. So that is a relatively inelastic demanded. Next one is a cross elasticity of demand. So
Hello, ma'am.
yeah,
Can you please show me this slide number 16 for a second?
16. Okay, this one.
Yes, yes. Okay, ma'am. You can continue, please.
Yeah. Next type is cross elasticity of demand. So in cross elasticity of demand, here they are going to be measure the responsiveness of quantity demanded of a goods to change in price of related goods, that is to change in price of the related goods. That is here is the formula for to calculate the cross elasticity of demand. So is equal to proportionate change in quantity demanded of commodity X divided by proportionate change in price of commodity Y. So that is a cross elasticity of demand. So the cross elasticity of demand, so how they are going to be measure or the responsiveness of demand, in the sense there are two way. One is a complementary goods and another one is a substitute goods. So here the complementary goods, it can be called it as a negative cross elasticity, and substitute goods we can be call it as a positive cross elasticity. So complementary goods, in the sense if there is a rise in price of one goods, it will bring a fall in the demand for other goods. So that is in a complementary goods. So for example, if there is a rise in price of a cricket ball, so the demand for other goods will be a fall. So if there is a rise in so that is an complementary goods. Complementary we can take is a tea and sugar, torch and battery. So that is we can be say it is a complementary goods. And substitute goods, we can what is that substitute goods means, if there is rise in price of one goods, it will lead to an increase in demand for the other goods. Okay, so we can take it as an example, Coca-Cola and Pepsi. So if there is a rise in price of one goods, so the automatically the customer, if I'm going to continuously consuming a Coca-Cola, so automatically if the price of the Coca-Cola price is hike, in the sense I choose other substitute product, that is a Pepsi. So that is a substitute goods. So but in complementary goods, so either I can be choose, if there is a rise in price of tea, so I will be prefer either that is sugar price will be in a reduced, because of here the customers will not be in a preferring a tea product because of hiking a price. So they will be move on to their any other substitute, any other complementary goods. Okay, next one is the income elasticity of demand. So in income elasticity of demand, like means that is here they are going to be measure. in income elasticity of demand, they are going to measure their responsiveness of quantity demanded of a goods to change in the income of a consumers. That is to change in the income of a consumers. So how they are going to be measured? In the sense, they are going to be measured in two ways. One is that is a positive income elasticity and negative income elasticity. So positive income elasticity, that is if there is demand rise as income rises, okay, so that is called as a normal goods example. And negative income elasticity, so if demand falls as income rises, okay, so that is an inferior good. So these are by this way they are going to be know about their responsiveness of demands of goods demanded for an individual consumers. Okay, so that is income elasticity of demand. And next one is the determinants of demand. So in determinants, how they are going to be determine the demand, that is there are 7 factors they are going to be consider for determining of demand. Now first one is changes in population, and second one changes in taste, and third one changes in income, and fourth one changes in distribution of wealth, and next changes in price of substitutes, changes in state of trade, and last one change climate and weather conditions. So these are the determinants of demand. So changes in populations. So changes in populations in the sense, if there is a population, some peoples are moving from one country to another country, that are they are migrating from one country to another country, or if there is a high birth rate in a particular country, so based on that changes in a populations, the demand for various kinds of goods will be increases, even the price remains the same. So here if the in that case the demand curve shift will move upward to the right. Okay, so that is changes in population. Next changes in taste. Okay, so here changes in taste, so consumer needs and specifications and taste and preference, it not be in a constant. So day by day the taste and preference will be changing. Okay, so that is if people prefer continuously consuming coffee, in the sense, so in, the demand for the tea will be decreases. Okay, so that is the changes in taste. And next one is the changes in income. Okay, so changes in income, in the sense the income of consumers increases generally lead to the increases in the demand for some commodities, and also decreases in demand for other commodities. Suppose initial stage, if the consumers are earning 10,000, in the sense the consumption pattern will be very low. So connect so and so after gaining of experience, they will be earn 50,000 or 1 lakh. If they earning means, the consumption pattern will be changed, and what they consumed in 10,000, that will not be consumed in for after earning of 1 lakh and 50 lakhs. So if there is a changes in income, so automatically the increase one commodity demand will be increases and other commodity will be decreases. So that is changes in income. And next one is the changes in the distribution of wealth. So changes in the distributions of wealth, in the sense, if an equal distributions is equal distribution of wealth is brought about in a country, so then there will be a less demand for expensive luxurious goods. So there will be a more demand for necessaries and comfort items. Okay, so that is the changes in the distribution of wealth. And next changes in the price of substitute. So the price of a particular commodity rises, people may stop further purchasing of that commodity, then move on to their other substitute product. So that is the changes in price of substitute. As we discussed earlier in substitute goods, so if the price of Coca-Cola rises, they will move on to their Pepsi. So okay, so that is the changes in price of substitute. And next one and changes in the state of trade. So changes in the state of trade, in the sense that is the total quantity of goods is demanded, also affected by the cyclical fluctuations in economic activities. So for example, if trade is in a prosperous period, the demand for raw materials, machineries are also in a increases. Okay, so if the trade period is dull, the demand for the producer goods will fall, and also the demand for consumer, when compared to the demand for consumer goods. Okay, so this that is the changes in the state of trade. And next one is the climate and weather conditions. So it is an important thing for demand of a commodity. So that is woolen cloth, for example, woolen cloth demand will be increases in winter and decreases in summer. Okay, so based on the climate and weather conditions also, the demand will be changes. So these are the factors we'll consider about the determinants of demand. Thank you. Any doubt?
Thank you.
Having any doubt?
Ma'am, important questions, please.
Important questions.
Yes.
In Unit 1, so up to what topic I have covered in Unit 1 and Unit 2. Unit 1 I have covered fully, and in Unit 1 you have concentrate on nature and scope of economics, and micro and macro economics. Wait. Nature of economics, and micro and macro economics is very important, and economic analysis. Okay, in Unit 1. And Unit 2, you concentrate types of demand. All the topics are very important. Types of demand, sometimes they will be asked types of demand, and the law of demand is very very important. Exemption to the law of demand is important. In elasticity of demand, they will not be asked whole in separately. They will be asked what is mean by income elasticity of demand, explain in detail about the cross elasticity or price elasticity of demand. So you concentrate all these points: elasticity of demand and determinants of demand. Either they will be asked in 5 marks and 10 marks. So concentrate all the topics. So law of demand, elasticity of demand, and determinants of demand.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, remaining topic in second unit we will discuss on next class. Okay.
Ma'am,
Thank you. Yeah, tell me.
Thank you, ma'am.
chat GPT.
Okay, thank you guys.
afternoon. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do the problem what I gave yesterday? I've asked you to write journal. No one did. Okay, I'll start with today's class. We'll see some of the important topics. First, I will start with what is the difference between bookkeeping and accounting. So, difference between bookkeeping and accounting, one topic I've left in Unit 1. Bookkeeping, it involves recording each and every transaction, while accounting is more about looking into not only recording, it will also extend for summarizing and analyzing or interpretation of results. So bookkeeping is done with paper, while accounting requires software programs also. So bookkeeping is just recording each and every transaction that is happening in a business. So bookkeepers normally record transaction which is a financial, but accounting is more subjective, which is giving insights into business financial needs, and all the other information what bookkeeping gives will also be used by accounting. Is my voice audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So accounting and bookkeeping difference are two related fields with some difference in functionalities. So what is the difference is based upon these two things we can easily understand simple differences. Bookkeeping is only keeping the book, that is writing or recording whatever the transaction that happens. So but accounting is extra things what we have to do along with the bookkeeper role. Accountant role is extra. So you should be an experienced person or a maintaining accounting. The role of bookkeeper is to record and detail the transaction that affect any aspect of your business. That is, bookkeeper is to record. And he typically handles routine day-to-day ledger maintenance. General ledger is a basic document he has to maintain. That is, after preparing a journal book, he has to go for preparing a general ledger. And what is the functions of accounting is an high-level process that uses financial data compiled by a bookkeeper. So whatever the compilation work the bookkeeper does, that will be extended to accounting. So this is some of the differences between bookkeeping and accounting. So bookkeeping is only accountant in any organization. Next topic, I'll move on to explaining what are the various concepts and conventions of accounting. So I was telling about certain principles or standards every organization when you are maintaining books of Accounting concepts or accounting principles, what we are going to apply when you are maintaining your books of accounts. So, what are the basic principles if you are a commerce student should have learned, but if you're a science student, just we will have just a glance of what are the concepts we are going to use. So these are the various concepts of accounting, business entity, money measurement. So each one by one we will look into. So what is business entity concept? Business entity concepts are business and the owners are. It says that business and owners are not same. Even if you have started your business with your own investment, you and your business are always different. That is business entity. Then second one is money measurement concept. So money measurement concept already we have discussed that all the transaction which is going to happen in terms of money only will be recorded. So only money measurement. If it is possible for conversion, you can record into your book. Then third one is going concern concept. Going concern concept is you will always assume your concern will be going for an infinite period. So it is operational existence for four feature. There is foreseeable future. So it will be continued uh, by the next ancestor, that is your next generation. So thinking that you will continue your business forever, you will do your accounts. Then the next one is historical cost. Historical cost is shown, that is balance sheet. If you're showing in our assets in the balance sheet is shown only at the cost, not at the current value. Market value will never be recorded for your assets. It is shown only at the cost at which you are going to buy. That is historical cost. Then conservatism. So what is conservatism is profits and revenue are not anticipated. So only if it is realized, then you will say that this is my profit, this is my revenue. So unless otherwise, if it is not earned, then you will not say that this will be my profit or this will be my expense. So no anticipation will be there. Conservatism is you will always plan with the available finance or available revenue what you're going to earn in the current particular period. Example, valuation of stock, provision for doubtful debts, fixed assets depreciation. That is conservatism. Next one is materiality. The materiality is depends on the size and nature of the item. So you will always record or write whatever it is material for carrying out your business. Immaterial things will be always avoided. So that's what is given. Immaterial amounts may be aggregated with the amounts of a similar nature and need not be presented separately. So materialities, it is going to consider only relevant uh, transactions for carrying out your business. That is, irrelevant activities will not be accepted. Then the next concept is objectivity. So accounting information should be free from bias and capable of independent verification. So it should be showing verified evidences. Your purpose of the business and your activity should always have a matching. So if there should not be any activity without reaching the goal, there should be some objective for doing some activity in the business. That is objectivity concept. Then the next one is consistency. So consistency is be consistent always. Usually we'll always used to say. So what is consistency concept is any change or its effect on profit should be disclosed in the financial statement. So when you start doing or showing one item, it should be consistently shown. So it cannot be avoided depending upon the need for you or depending upon the requirement of you. Each once it is adopted, it is adopted. So it should be continuously carried out and it should not be left out in between on your own idea. So it is very important that you have to carry out activities with consistency. Then examples, if a company adopts straight line method, depreciation calculation, if it is straight line method, they have to follow only the straight line method. Unless otherwise there is no rule in the policies, then you cannot change it. That is consistency. Then the next one is matching concept. The matching concept is revenues are recognized when they are earned, but not when cash is received. So if it is earned, it is matching. If it is, you should not wait until you are going to receive in cash. So recognized, it should be matching your revenue with the expenses. It is earned only will be considered. It will not consider for or it will not wait till the cash is received. Then example, they have given expenses incurred in the following period but paid for in advance. So we will always say it is prepaid expenses. So yesterday also I told you prepaid expenses will be shown on the assets of your balance sheet. So that is in matching concept. So what are the problems in recognition concept is there is cause and effect. So cause and effect is recognition on the basis of a direct association between the expenses incurred. So association between cause, there will be a effect on the cause. That is, something will happen based upon action what you've taken. So some problems might be arising relating to development expenditure, depreciation. Suddenly the company might changing depreciation method. So certain costs will be identified and it is not possible for us to match. So that is what is given, matching your accrual concept. What is accrual concept is, if it is incurred or if it is to be received in the current period, it is to be considered. So you will not consider the period when it is received in cash. That is what it says. Then the next one is realization concept. So realization concept is revenue should be recognized when the major economic activities have been completed. For example, sales are recognized when the goods are sold and delivered to the customers. So realization is when it is realized, it should be accepted that it is realized for the current period. Then what is the recognition of revenue? So realization concept develops rules for the recognition of revenue. The concept provides that revenues are recognized when it is earned and not when money is received. So that is what recognition of revenue is very important. You have to recognize when it is earned. So a receipt in advance for the supply of goods should be treated as prepaid income. So when you are treating an accounting period, whether it is received or not, it is considered in the current accounting period. Even if it is received in cash in the next year, if it is relating to the current period, it will be shown only in the account financial statements of current period. Are you all following? So these are some of the examples for realization. So goods sent to our customers on sale or return basis. What is sale or return basis?
The product
Anyone?
is sold to the customer or the sales return.
Sales returns is
Uh,
different from sale or return basis.
for the purchase return, if you give any goods instead of money, that
Anyone else? The sale or return basis is nowadays we all know that selling only on cash is not possible for a manufacturer or a employer. So what we have started is we have started selling goods on credit also. But what is sale or return basis? You send goods to your customer. If he likes, he can buy it. If he doesn't like, he can return it. So once he purchases a particular product, that will be converted into sales. If he doesn't like the particular product, he will return to us. So that is what called as sale or return basis. Hope you have understood the point. So here the goods sent to our customers or sale on return basis. This means the customer do not pay. So until otherwise he considers and buys it, he will not pay. So you are taking a risk and selling to the sending the products to the customer. So he will be choosing whether he is going to buy or he is not going to buy. So what are the problems in recognition concept? Normally, revenue is recognized when there is a sale, and however, if the sales if the revenue is earned in a long and continuous process, it's difficult to determine the portion of revenue. So that is one problem you will always face when you have recognition concept. Revenue is permitted to be recorded other than at the point of sale. So this is in sale or return basis. One main problem is goods are sent on sale or basis will not be treated as normal sales unless otherwise it is bought. So if it is not bought and till he gives the consent that I'm going to buy, at that till that time it is not converted into normal sales. So it is not sales. Then what are the exemptions on the rule of sales recognition? So recognition concept gives certain exemptions on the basis of high long-term contract or higher purchase sale. So there can be certain exemptions here. What is hire purchase is already you might be knowing. Product will be bought by the employer on hire purchase means whatever you are buying, it will not you will not become the owner unless it is paid. The full amount is paid, you will not become the owner. So whoever is entering into the hire purchase contract, it will be with the particular person. And later on, when you finish paying everything, then you will be the real owner. But product will be with you. That is the basic thing. So what are the receipts from subscriptions? The next concept is disclosure concept. Disclose everything. So what is disclosure concept is financial statement should be prepared to reflect a true and fair view. So if you want to have true and fair view, you have to disclose everything what is happening in the organization, whether it is relevant or irrelevant. You should not filter it. So relevance and irrelevance should be considered by the organization. They will find out whether this is relevant or this is not relevant. They will finalize and they will filter it. So when you're recording the transaction at that time itself, there should not be any filtering. Everything should be disclosed with the relevance of financial statement preparation. That is what we want. And the next one is uniformity. So uniformity is different companies within the same industries. And what is anything different between industry and company? Given different companies within the same industry should adopt the same accounting methods. Is industry and a company is the same?
No, it depends on small scale and large scale.
Small scale and large scale. It depends upon the number of products produced. Is it like that? See, industry and companies. Company is a single unit. Industry is a group of companies. So, you say sugar industry. Sugar industry comprises of all those companies which manufacture sugar. It is not large scale or small scale. So uniformity is when you are maintaining accounts, all companies coming within the same industry should maintain accounts properly, evenly. So there should not be any differentiation of preparation of accounts in every company which is coming under the same industry. So uniformity is compulsory for maintaining accounts also. And the next one is relevance. So relevance, financial statements should be prepared to meet the objectives of the users. So what is relevant, that should be included in the financial statement. Irrelevant items should not be included. So if I am a customer or an employee, whatever I require to find out in financial statement, that should be included in the financial statements by the organization. So relevance is whatever it is relevant for showing it to the users, everything must be included in the preparation of financial statements. So these are the various concepts or principles we are using in accounting concepts. Any doubt in this? Okay, I'll move on to the next topic, preparation of final accounts. So in final accounts preparation, ledger, I told you yesterday, journal, ledger, how to prepare, and I've asked also to prepare one question. So if you have any doubt, you can ask me. Then now we'll move on to the next topic. I will send one question. You keep a screenshot, take a screenshot of that particular question for which we will discuss the final accounts with all the adjustments given as per your syllabus. So it has got depreciation, bad debts, all those adjustments we have to do. So I will send the question. Can you see this question? Please take a screenshot.
Not clear, ma'am.
Can you see this answer? Anyone can answer.
If it, I think landscape will be more clear. I think so.
Is it okay now? If you have the question side by side, you can check the answer. That is, in your syllabus, you have given closing stock, depreciation, bad debts, provision for bad debts, then outstanding, prepaid, all the adjustments this question has got. So, those who are from science background, you should know the one thing in preparing your final accounts. An item which appears in your trial balance, that is first part of your question, debit balance and credit balance, that appears only in one place. And whatever it is appearing in the adjustments, that will appear in two places. So that is the rule for preparing a final accounts. All adjustments has to appear in two places. One either in trading account and balance sheet, profit and loss account and balance sheet, or trading and profit and loss account. So it depends upon the item what you're going to record. So start with your debit balances, sundry debtors. Sundry debtors is an asset will come in balance sheet. So first part of your final account is trading account and second part is your profit and loss account. So if you see the answer, you can understand what is the order is. First part you will get by preparing a trading account, we will find out gross profit. So what is the purpose of preparing a trading account is to find out what is the expenditures you spend in the manufacturing level. So all those relating to manufacturing a product will be included in the first part of trading account. And the second part, profit and loss account, is helpful for getting a net profit, and it will show all the expenditure relating to your operation, operational activities like selling expenses, trading expenses, then finance expenses, distribution expenses. All those expenses will be shown in the second part of your profit and loss account, the second part. So you will find out by showing all the expenditure on the debit side and crediting with your gross profit, the balance, whatever you get, will be the net profit. So trading account starts with opening stock, purchases, wages, it's given in the question, and there is an adjustment in uh, wages outstanding is 400 rupees. So outstanding should be added and prepaid in the expenses should be minus. So I've added outstanding salary on the credit side. You'll start with sales and you have sales returns minus sales returns from sales. The balance will be 2,44,600 and closing stock will be on the right hand side of your account. So 90,000 totally you're getting a gross profit of 1,19,800. So as per the question, if you move, debtors will be in balance sheet, plant and machinery will be in balance sheet, interest as shown in profit and loss account, interest 430 here, and then rent also I have shown here, rent is amount 5,600, and you have one adjustment in fifth adjustment, outstanding rent. So outstanding rent is added and prepaid salary, there's prepaid insurance you have. So rent is also added with insurance. So prepaid insurance I have reduced. The balance amount is shown in the outer column. Discount, then interest 430, bad debts adjustment. See, bad debts adjustment, normally this is a format of adjusting a bad debt. Take your old bad debt, add your new bad debt, and when you are adding it and finding out provision, how did I get this 4,560? Your debtors amount is 92,000. And how I got 4,560? Anyone? How to calculate provision for doubtful debts? Anyone knows the answer? How to get this amount? Former students, how is this 4,560? No idea? Okay, bad debts format, new bad debts, and 800 is new bad debts given in the adjustment. I've added here. So total 1,600, then less provision is, what you have to do is take your data. From that data, if you have any bad debts new, minus it from the data. That is 92,000 minus 800. So you will get balance of 91,200. So 91,200 and provision is 5%. So 5% on 91,200, you will get 4,560. Understood?
மேம்
Provision
ஆக்சுவலி
5%.
இப்போ நீங்க ரைட் பண்ணி சொல்லி கொடுத்தா ஓரளவுக்கு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் ஆகும்னு நினைக்கிறேன் மேம். இதுல ஒன்றும் புரிய மாட்டேங்குது.
இதுல இந்த அமௌண்டா?
எஸ் மேம். நீங்க ஆல்ரெடி எழுதி வச்சதுனால எனக்கு இது ஒண்ணுமே புரியல மேம்.
See the question and see the answer. இப்போ இதுல work out பண்ணனும்னு வெச்சுக்கோங்க, உங்களுக்கு இன்னும் டைம் ஆகும்.
ஓகே மேம். ஓகே.
Bad debts, new bad, old bad debts வந்து trial balance level இருக்கு ஏற்கனவே. Question பார்க்க முடியுதா?
முடியுது மேம்.
அப்ப அதுல வந்து 800 இருக்குல்ல bad debts, trial balanceல 800 இருக்கு. New bad debts adjustment, third adjustment வந்து அதுலயும் 800 இருக்கு.
ஓகே மேம்.
You write down the format. இதுதான் format. அந்த formatல எந்த amount இருந்தாலும் போட்டாலும் இதுதான் format. Two old bad debts, add new bad debts, then add new provision, then minus old provision. இந்த questionல old provision இல்ல. இருந்ததுன்னா நம்ம minus பண்ணணும். Okay? Anybody has got doubt? I'll repeat again. Format of bad debts adjustment. Two old bad debts, add new bad debts. Out of the total, add new provision and minus your old provision. But when you're calculating new provision, if there is any new bad debts, that should be minus or deducted from data. On the balance, you should find out 5%. In the question, new bad debts illana 92,000 into 5% will be the answer. So the format you have to know. And what is adjustment for outstanding? Outstanding expenses should be always added with the respective expenses and shown as a liability. And what is the adjustment for prepaid? I'm telling you adjustments you write down. And when you work out more and more problems, you can understand. If there's more time, I can explain, I can write down, and I can work out the problem also. You have 8 units and every unit has got problem. I'll find out whether I can go after 115, 120 till that time. I will try. Anybody has got in provision and bad debts adjustment? Okay, next adjustment in adjustment relating to depreciation. So depreciation given in the question, premises 2.5%, plant and machinery 7.5%, furniture and fixtures at 10%. So find out these percentage on the respective assets and write on the debit side. So plant, I have calculated 7.5% on the plant value 20,000, so it is 1,500. Then premises, it is 2.5% on premises, that is building. So 2.5% on 12,000 is 300. Then 5%, sorry, 10% of furniture. So furniture and fixtures is 10,000. So on that 10%, you will get 1,000 rupees. So total depreciation is 2,800. And the balance, what you get net profit is 90,000. So if you go through, you can understand easily. Gross profit minus all the expenses, you will get the net profit. If there is any income or revenue to be earned in this particular organization, that can be added on the credit side. The next one is your balance sheet. So this is what the balance sheet. Can you see the balance sheet? The balance sheet, whatever things you have left out in your trial balance, that should be posted. So balance sheet will have assets on the right hand side and liabilities on the credit side, on the left hand side. So I have started with the liabilities. You can start with capital. Capital already you have 70,000. So capital is 70,000. Madan's capital on the credit balance. Then add your net profit and reduce your drawings. So drawings he has withdrawn from his personal investment 22,000 minus 22,000. With that add your net profit. So total 1,38,000 is owner's worth. Then creditors is 60,000. Bank overdraft is a liability. It is 20,000. Then outstanding expenses always shown on the liability side. So we have two outstanding. Already I told you, anything which is given in the adjustment should appear in two places. Don't forget that. So wages and rent is outstanding. That I have shown 500 and 400. Totally it is 900. And on the asset side, sundry debtors 92,000. From that, reduce your new bad debts and new provision. So new bad debts 800 you have to reduce, and new provision 4,560 you have to reduce it. So balance will be 86,640 will be the balance. Then cash 2,060, stock 90,000, and if outstanding is a liability, prepaid is an asset. So prepaid insurance and prepaid salary is shown on the asset side, and all the assets reducing your depreciation is shown in the outer column. Plant plus depreciation, whatever depreciation shown in your profit and loss account, that should be minus from the particular asset. So plant value is 20,000 minus 1,500 is 18,500. Then furniture 10,000 minus 1,000 is 1,000. Then premises amount is 12,000 minus 300, it is 11,700. So total on both the sides of your balance sheet is 2,18,900. If at any point you are not able to understand with the question, you can ask now. This is profit and loss account, and that next one is balance sheet. If any adjustment you are not able to follow, you can ask. Otherwise, I'll move on to the next topic. This is profit and loss account. Any point I have added or minus, if you have not understood, you can ask. Mostly all the adjustments I have covered. This is what the adjustment, closing stock appearing in your adjustment will appear one in your trading account on the credit side and in a balance sheet on the asset side. It is the current asset. Shall I move on to the next one? Okay, I'll move on to the next topic.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, will you be able to send us this over the email?
What is it?
Will you be able to send us this over the email? I mean, which you have worked out in a
Your
paper.
PPT.
Yeah, the
Answer.
PPT and that answers which you have worked out.
Okay.
Maybe it will be helpful. So,
Otherwise, you work out and see whether you get the same answer. I will tell you the answer of net profit, gross profit. You work out and see whether you get the same answer. And if it is not possible, I will help you to get the answer. I will try. I will ask ma'am and I will try in the coming week days. But meantime, you can try. If you try only, you will learn.
okay.
Okay, next topic. I will move on to the next unit. Is depreciation accounting. What is depreciation? We have seen yesterday also one point. What is depreciation? We were discussing in while preparing a trial balance. See, depreciation is that charge which you are going to reduce it from the usage of an asset. There is, uh, depending upon the usage of an asset will get diminished. That is, diminishing is the value of the asset will be going down. So that depreciation will be charged with all the fixed assets which is arising with wear and tear from the use of those assets. So whenever it is using, you will have you will have some assets becoming obsolete or outdated or otherwise it will not be in a usable condition. All those things will be happening with an asset. So it is the cost of lost usefulness or cost of diminution of service yield from a use of fixed asset. That is called as depreciation. So depreciation definition, it is a measure of the wearing out consumption or other loss of value of depreciation arising from use. And depreciation includes amortization of assets and it is allocated as a charge and it will be shown in the profit and loss account. What are the causes for depreciation? Why depreciation is happening? So first is internal cost, second one is external cost. Internal cause is wear and tear, disuse. Wear and tear is use பண்ணி தேஞ்சு போறது. Disuse is keeping the machine idly, not using it, not maintaining properly, and suddenly there is a change in process of production. There is no production at all. So these are the various internal causes for depreciation charging. And what are the external causes is obsolescence and affliction of time. So sometimes you will be using obsolete, that is outdated machine, and that is not possible for manufacturing quality product. So if that is a condition, that is also one of the causes for charging depreciation to the particular asset. So causes for depreciation, it can be one is internal and the other one is external. The next one is what are the objectives of depreciation accounting? So to calculate profit, why to calculate profit we have to show depreciation? Anyone can try with this answer. Why we have to calculate depreciation? For calculating profit, it is given. What is the relation between profit and depreciation?
We can have the reasonable value of the product, so we can decrease the expense.
Reasonable value of the product. For the product what we are selling.
No, to reduce our to increase our profit, we should decrease our
Yes, yes. See, what is the first point is to calculate profit. Proper profit is profit should not be manipulating or misinterpreting from the side of the customers or employees. You should to show actual profit what is earned. So to calculate proper profit, depreciation must be charged. Why? Because whenever using any fixed asset, it has got diminishing value. Because of wear and tear, the value of the asset will not be zero. For example, if I am of 50 years or 40 years, I will not be able to compare myself when I was in 20 years. So you have to show actual profit. When you want to show actual profit, depreciation must be shown in the profit and loss account. Second objective is to show the assets in its reasonable value. So you have to show the assets in its reasonable value. Depreciation is a must. Why? Because when you are carrying out your business in a very fast manner and you are running behind the success of the business and you are not keeping a point on how many assets you have, how many years it has crossed its lifetime, all those things, if it is not calculated or kept with the record properly, then you will not be able to buy new machines when technology changes. So what we have to do is considerable value, reasonable value. When you want to maintain, you have to show depreciation. Third one is to maintain original monetary investment of the asset. So whatever the investment you have put on your assets, that is fixed assets, when you are going to invest again in the coming future for buying a new machine or new plant or new furniture, you should know what is the actual investment you have made on the assets on your company. So for that reason also depreciation will be always helpful. Then fourth one is provision for depreciation results in some incidental advantage also. So when you provide depreciation, you can keep this amount aside for meeting uh, contingent liabilities or contingent expenditure or contingent items. So what is provision? Taking a particular amount and keeping it aside. So that provision with depreciation will be an advantage to an organization. Then the next one is to provide for replacement of an asset. Already I told you in a previous class itself, when you are accumulating all the depreciation amount and keep it on one side, and when the lifetime gets over or before the lifetime gets over, you will put extra money to buy a new asset. That is what replacement. So when you provide depreciation, that amount will be used for replacement of an asset. And the next one is depreciation is permitted to be deducted profit for tax purpose also. Then the next one is how to calculate depreciation. So depreciation historical cost, what you have recorded and what is the estimated residual value is equal to depreciable amount. Depreciable amount plus estimate that is divided by estimated useful life will be getting depreciable amount. So percentage of depreciation also we calculate. So how to calculate depreciation is historical cost minus residual value is depreciation amount. Or otherwise depreciable amount divided by lifetime of the asset will be getting you depreciable amount. So what are the various methods of depreciation? Straight line declining, that is you will always call it as written down value method, sum of years method, inventory method, annuity method, depreciation fund, machine hour, depletion. These are the various methods of calculating depreciation. First method is straight line. If you want, you can copy down the formula, or it might be available in your textbook. So what is straight line method? It is also called as fixed installment method. So simply I can tell you straight line method is same amount of depreciation for all the years. Same amount of depreciation. For example, if I am telling cost of the asset is 1 lakh, lifetime is 10 years. So 1 lakh divided by 10 years, the depreciation amount is 10,000. Are you able to follow? If I'm saying 10,000 is the depreciation, after how many years the value of the asset will be equal to 0? Same amount of depreciation for all the years. My question is, if this method is followed, after how many years the value of the asset will be equal to 0? There is no value for the asset. For that, how many years we have to wait? So everybody is online. Any answer or any try? No? Is the question is clear? Question is clear. What is the answer? I said my asset was bought for 1 lakh and the value of depreciation is 10,000. So after how many years the value of the asset will be equal to 0?
After 10 years.
Yes, after 10 years the value of the... So 10,000 into 10 years will be 1 lakh. So 1 lakh minus 1 lakh, it is 10 years. So the value of the asset will be equal to 0 when you are following straight line method. After there is in your lifetime, there is how many years it is, it has got a lifetime. There is after that it will be equal to 0. So straight line method depreciation formula, cost minus residual value into rate of depreciation. Rate of depreciation is either it can be 5%, 10%, 7.5%, that we have already seen in one question. And what to calculate depreciation? There is depreciation amount is depreciation per annum is cost minus residual value divided by useful life. So you can even find out amount of depreciation, or you can even find out rate of depreciation. How to find out rate of depreciation is amount of depreciation divided by amount of your asset value. So depreciation amount divided by asset value into 100 will give you percentage of depreciation. That is straight line method. So this is an example for straight line method.
ஏதாவதுன்னா கீழே தான் உட்காந்து வெட்டணும் எங்க வந்து உட்காந்து வெட்டணும் சொல்லு ஏதாவது ஒரு துணி தெரியுதா எல்லாத்தையும் வெட்டிட்டு முடிச்சுட்டு வெட்டலாம் பாதி தான் வெட்டிருக்கோம் வெட்டினது முதல்ல தைக்கல வெட்டினது ஃப்ளை எல்லாம் வெட்டணும்
Please mute. So example, on 1st April 2011, the machine was purchased and the estimated life is 5.
ஐயோ ஆன் பண்ணிட்டோம்
Calculate depreciation on straight line basis. Percentage of depreciation is 20%. The depreciation amount is equal to cost minus residual value. So residual value, sometimes it is called as scrap value. So what is the value you are going to earn? For example, the machine can be sold for 5,000 rupees on scrap. If there is any scrap value, you have to minus it. So, but here there is no scrap value or residual value. It is 50,000 minus 0 divided by useful life. It is 5 years. So amount of depreciation is 10,000. Or otherwise, if you are calculating on percentage, 50,000 into 20%, you will also get the same answer. It is 10,000. So amount of depreciation for 1 year, it is 10,000. So this is how it goes on. First year starts with 50,000, depreciation is 10,000. So at the end of the first year, 40. At the end of second year, 30, 20, and 10. At the end of fifth year, the value of the asset is equal to 0. So on this method, your 1 point you can get here is value of the asset will be equal to 0 very earlier in straight line method. That is what one conclusion we can say. And the next one is diminishing balance method or written down value method. So the percentage of depreciation will be the same, but the amount of depreciation will not be the same. Rate remains constant, but amount will not remain constant as it is similar in the given in the previous example. So amount of depreciation will be changing from year to year, and it will be diminishing. Diminishing means it will be going down. First year if it is 10,000, second year 9,000, 8,000, 7,000, and it will be going on reducing, and it will be going equal to 0 after certain number of years. So diminishing balance method, amount of depreciation will not be the same, but the rate of depreciation will be the same. So on 1st April, the machine was purchased. Estimated lifetime is 5 years. Calculate depreciation on straight line or depreciate at 10%. So cost minus residual value. It is not straight line. Here the question is diminishing balance. So residual into rate of depreciation. So first year, 50,000 into 20%, 5,000. When you calculate second year, you have to minus this depreciation from 50,000. On the balance only, you have to calculate depreciation, but that was not there in straight line. Every year, you will calculate depreciation of 20% on 50,000. That is why depreciation amount was 10,000 for all the years. So here what you have to do is calculate depreciation for the first year minus that depreciation from the asset value. On the balance, calculate depreciation. For the third year, 45,000 minus 4,500, you will get 40,500. On that, calculate 10%, it is 4,050. So it goes on reducing for so many years, and the value of the asset will not be equal to 0 very fast. It takes some time. It takes more time for converting into equal to 0. You have any doubt in this? How to calculate depreciation amount? Anyone else? Science or commerce, whoever it is. Any doubt? In diminishing balance, straight line is very easy. But what about diminishing? So this is how diminishing balance. So it will be going on down, or the value of the depreciation will be decreasing. So the value of the asset will be equal to like this. 50,000 minus 5,000, 45. 45 minus 4,500, 4,500. And second year, after moving on to the third year, you will calculate depreciation for third year is on 40,500. For fourth year on 36,450. So the value of the asset for calculating depreciation, it will not be the same, it will be diminishing. That is why it is called as diminishing method. Then the next one is sum of years digit method. So sum of years digit method, it is one of the pattern in diminishing. It is charged under profit and loss account. So sum of years digit method is you have to calculate like this: n into n plus 1 divided by 2. The formula for calculating sum of example here. Cost of the machine is 40,000. If you want, you can write down the formulas there. So cost of the machine is 45. Residual value is 5,000. Useful life of the machine is 4 years. Calculate depreciation on sum of years of digit method. So n into n plus 1 divided by 2. N is 4 years. So 4 into 4 plus 1 is 5. 5 into 4 is 20. 20 divided by 2 is 10. So depreciation base, take your asset value minus your residual value. So total cost of the asset is 40,000. So calculation of depreciation goes like this. First year depreciable amount of the asset is 40,000 and depreciation factor is 4 by 10. Why? Because you're starting only this year. So into 4 by 10, so 16,000. is accumulated depreciation. So 4 by 10 is the total factor what we got here for the n number of years. That is 10. So even if you are adding 4, 3, 2, 1, you will get 10. So sum of years is you will calculate sum of years n into n plus 1 by divided by 2. 40,000 value of the asset. Depreciation factor is 4 divided by 10 is your n number of years. So you will get 16,000 as the accumulated depreciation. 40,000 into 4 divided by 10. Second year 40,000 into 3 by 10. Why it is 3? Why? Because 4 years already 1 year is over. So left out is 3 years. So 3 by 10. So 12,000 is your depreciation expenses. So 16,000 plus 12,000 accumulated depreciation is 28,000. Third year 40,000 into 2 by 10 amount of depreciation is 8,000. 28 plus 8 is 36. So that is accumulated. And last year is 4,000. Total amount of your asset will be equal to 40,000. So your account accumulated depreciation value is also equal to the value of the asset. So value of the asset, this shows that it is divided among 4 years so that you will be depreciating your asset with the type of depreciation method what they are going to follow. The next one is depletion method. Depletion method is mostly used in mines and it requires matching concept and how to calculate. Example for depletion is a mining company purchased a coal mine on January 1. They had extracted all these things. Calculating for depletion expense, cost minus salvage into number of units divided by estimated number of units. This is our cost. And if you have any salvage value, 28 lakhs is your cost of the mine. And you have incurred the additional cost of installation is 50,000. That is why they have added. Divided by your total 17 lakhs 50,000 is your capacity. So that is divided here. So total depletion minus cost per ton, that is what you got as 1.62827 into number of units extracted is 210,000 tons in this particular organization. So that is why it is multiplied with 210,000 and total cost for mine is 3,42,000 is your depletion expenses. So calculation of mine, that is when any question is calculate depreciation for mine or if it is for mineral oil or for timber fat manufacturing unit, you have to use only depletion method. Then so these anybody has got syllabus in your hand? No? Okay, if you have any doubt up to this, you can ask in depreciation or final accounts. Any doubts? Okay, we will see in the next class, and I will try to rush up. Why? Because lots is there. So when we meet in the next class, you can ask your doubts or work out some extra problems, clear your doubts if it's possible. Be prepared for your exam, coming exams. Okay, thank you. Next class will be sharp at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Similar.
Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, today morning we are discussed Indian Contract Act 1872. Okay, so this continue. The next heading is classification of contracts. Okay, once again. It's visualized classification of contract.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the contract must be classified on the basis of three categories. The first one is validity or enforceability, and second one is formation. Third one is performance. In the first one is validity or enforceability. Again, classified valid contract, void contract, VOID, void. The next one, voidable contract, VOIDABLE, voidable contract. The next, illegal agreements. The last one is unenforceable contract, UNENFORCEABLE, unenforceable contract. So first, we know that valid contract. Okay, so valid contract is nothing but it's enforceable by law. So it is called a valid contract. So the valid contract requires some legal requirements. For example, offer and acceptance, capacity of parties, lawful consideration, lawful agreement, etc. So valid contract is one which possesses all the legal requirements and also enforceability by the law. It is called a valid contract. It's nothing but to fulfill all the legal requirements. Okay, it is called a valid contract. Then second one is void. Any ideas about void? Void. Meaning of void? Okay, the void contract means which has no legal effect. So it is unenforceable by law. It means this type of contract not accepted by the law. So it is not enforceable at the option of either party. The next, the void contract is not void of the initial. So from the beginning it is valid, but at the time of enforceable, it is not valid. Okay, for example, for void contract, due to impossibility, one case study. Okay, Mr. A and B enter into contract. So A and B contract to marry each other, but before the marriage date, A death. So it is possible to complete a contract. Listen. Listen. It's audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the valid contracts are fulfill all the legal requirements. Then second one is void contract. Void contract means it is no legal effect. It is not enforceable by the law. Okay, because due to some impossibility. For example, Mr. A and B contract to marry each other, but before the marriage date, A death. Okay, so the contract is not possible to complete it. Is correct? Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
it
ma'am.
is one of the reason impossibility. Impossibility. So it is one of the reason to the void contract. The second one is subsequent illegality. For example, another case study. Mr. A agrees to sell 100 bottles of wine to B. Okay, within 15 days. But before delivery, the government may prohibit the purchase and the sale of wine. So if it happens, the contract becomes void. It's clear?
Yes,
Clear?
ma'am.
Yes. So at the time of contract, it is valid. But due to the performance of the contract, the same contract is invalid. Okay. So this type of impossibility and some subsequent illegality These are the reasons to arise the void. Any hello, what is meant by illegal? Illegal agreements
against the law.
Very good. Against the law. So an agreement is illegal and void of its object. Okay, prohibited by the law. It is fraudulent activities or against the public policy or any morality activities, demorality activities. So it is called the illegal agreements. Okay. So it is also one of the void contract. The last one is unenforceable contract. Unenforceable means which cannot be enforced in a court of law because some technical defect. For example, lapse of time. What is meant by lapse of time? Lapse of time. The lapse of time. The time period is end. For example, Mr. A. Mr. A enter into a contract Mr. B. Okay. Mr. A promises to send the goods August 8th. But due to some problems, the goods not delivered at the time period of 8th August. Okay. So Mr. A telling to B, I am not sending goods, not now, but I will send after 15th. But B is not accepted the terms of conditions. Okay. It is unenforceable contract. So the time period is mentioning August 8th, but A, some problems, the goods not delivered at the time of 8th August. So he asked some more times after 15, but B is not accepted. Okay, because the main reason is lapse of time. Okay. So on the basis of validity, contracts are classified. First one is valid contract, second one is voidable contract and void contract, third one is illegal agreement or unlawful agreement. The last one is unenforceable contract. So these types is over. The next one is on the basis of formation. Formation means creation. So on the basis of creation, the first one is express contract. What is meant by express? Any ideas about express?
Maybe fast.
No? No. What is meant by express? We are expressing. What is mean?
Using words.
Yes.
React.
Very good. Using words, using mouth. Okay. So if the terms of a contract are expressly agreed upon either by words or spoken or written, so this type of contract are called the express contract. Okay. For example, A tells B on telephone that he offered to sell his car for rupees 1 lakh, and B also replied that he accepted the offer. So it is an express contract. So the contract is based on either using the words spoken or written. It is called the express contract, and it is also called the direct contract. Okay. The second one is implied contract. Any ideas implied? What is
using action?
Very
action.
good, very good, very good, very good. It's used by some action or some indirect method. So the contract which is not expressed in written or spoken words, but is to be inferred from the conduct of the parties, that is doing some actions. It is called the implied contract. Okay. Given some example, any ideas about implied contract? The contract identified only action. Given some example? Okay. For example, weight mission. It's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we are going to near the weight mission. Insert some coin. and display the weight information, or given some cards, correct? But we are not spoken or given written document, or not given written document to the weight machine, but they have some contract, weight machine and for us. Okay, so it is implied contract, doing some action. So weight machine is one of the example for implied contract. And second one is travel. Okay, transportation. Transportation also one of the implied contract. The next one, hotel services. Okay, so these are the example of implied contract. Then third one is quasi. To know the word quasi, Quasi. Quasi. Quasi contract.
A legal obligation.
Legal obligation, and also same the original contract. That is the reasonableness, the original contract. Okay, but quasi contract, it is not actual contract, but it resembles the original contract. Okay, the quasi contract is one which resembles a actual contract, but not possess all the essentials for a valid contract. Okay, but it is also valid. For example, obligation of finder of lost goods to return them to true owner. Okay. Again repeated. Finder of lost goods to return them to true owner. Any ideas? For example, we are going to street to take some ATM card or some purse. Okay, so through the street, but we don't know who is the owner of that goods, but we take it. Okay, so we thinking about it is going to hand it over to the police station or given advertisement to the newspaper. But some persons are thinking, why going to waste time? So we are take it, using. Okay, so the finder of goods creates some implied contract to the goods owner. Okay, but the finder of goods person and the real owner is not directly enter into the contract, but the finder of goods person handed over goods to the real owner. It is called the quasi contract. Okay, quasi contract means it is not the real contract, but it resembles the actual contract. The given example is finder of the goods. Okay, ஒரு பொருளை நம்ம தொலைச்சிட்டோம் அப்படின்னா அதை எடுக்கிறவன் அந்த ஓனர் கிட்ட ஹேண்டில் பண்ணிடணும். பட் அந்த ஓனருக்கு அவனுக்கு எந்த ரிலேஷன்ஷிப் கிடையாது, ரிட்டர்னோ வேர்ட்லயோ கான்ட்ராக்ட்ல என்டர் ஆகல. ஆனா ரெண்டு பேருக்குள்ளேயும் ஒரு கான்ட்ராக்ட் வருது, எப்ப அவன் அந்த பொருளை எடுக்கிறோனோ அந்த சமயம். ஓகே, குவாசி மீன்ஸ் தட் இஸ் த டீம்டு, தட் இஸ் த மாடல். ஸோ அதே மாதிரி ஒரிஜினல் மாதிரியே இருக்கும், பட் ஒரிஜினல் கிடையாது. இட்ஸ் கிளியர்? It's clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the another example also, liability of a person to whom money is paid under mistake to repay it back. For example, the delivery of goods. Sometimes the delivered goods to the wrong person or wrong address. But the wrong person or wrong addressed person to found it the real person to hand it over to the goods. It is also the quasi contract. Okay, sometimes the food delivery and the grocery shop, okay, doing the same. The postal person, postman. Sometimes the letter are sent to the wrong person, wrong address. Okay, so automatically the contract are created to the third person and the wrong person. It is called the quasi contract. It's clear?
Yes,
Okay.
clear, ma'am.
Yes, the last one is e-contract. E-commerce contract means we are well known that the persons are entered into the internet contract. Okay, that is e-marketing, e-trading, e-business. Okay, so the formation contract is over. The one is express contract. Express means either by using words, spoken or written documents. Implied contract means doing some actions. The quasi contract means it is not real contract, but it is the resemblance of the original contract. Example, finder of the goods. The last one is e-commerce contract. the persons are enter into the internet business. The last one is on the basis of performance. On the basis of performance, the first one is executed contract. So executed contract means which both the parties have fulfilled all the legal requirements completely. It is called the executed contract. For example, Mr. A selling car to the Mr. B at rupees 50,000. So B also accepted the offer, accepted the car, and given money to the A. So the both the parties are completed all the legal requirements. It is called the executed contract. Okay. Then second one is executed. EXECUTORY. The executory contract again classified unilateral and bilateral contract. First, we know that the executory contract. It is one in which both the parties do not fulfill their obligation. Again repeated, executory contract means both the parties do not fulfill their obligation. For example, if Mr. A makes a contract with B regarding the sales of this scooter, but Mr. A will deliver scooter to Mr. B within a specified time, but Mr. B will pay the price offer 1 month. So at the time of making the contract, both the parties have to fulfill the obligation. Henceforth, this is executory contract. So in this case study, Mr. A completed the obligation. So handed over scooter to the Mr. B. But B at that time not pay to the money. Okay. So they request 1 month time period. Okay. After completed 1 month, Mr. B handed money to the Mr. A. So in this case, one side contract is over. Mr. A contract is over, but B is not completed. It is called the executory contract and also called the unilateral contract. It's clear? Clear. So one party fulfilling his obligation. The another one is wait. Executory means depends upon the future. The contract must be completed in the future. But executed means in current period, two parties are completed the obligation. It is executed contract. But executory contract means both the parties are enter into the contract to fulfill legal requirement, but in the future. Okay. So bilateral contract, both the parties have fulfilled the obligations. It's clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The next one is offer and acceptance. In morning, already discussed offer. So again repeated, offer means it is a proposal or promise by one person to another person. Okay. So offer means is the first and the foremost request to make an agreement. So it is a proposal by one party to another to enter into a legal agreement. Okay. And another is a person signifies his willingness to do some in order to get consent from the other party. It is called the offer. For example, Mr. X says to Mr. Y, will you purchase my house for rupees 2 lakhs? Okay. So in this case, A is making an offer to B. So he signifies to B his willingness to sell his house, and B for accept rupees 2 lakhs. So buying that house. Okay, so in this case, Mr. X is the offerer, proposer, and promiser. Okay, and Mr. B is called as offeree, proposee. It's clear? Offer means it's a proposal. Who is making the proposal is called as the promiser or proposer person. It's clear? Moving to next concept. It's clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The next one is types of offer. The first one is express offer. Already told express offer means either used by words spoken or written. It is called the express offer. Okay, Mr. M says or write to Mr. N, I am the next second one is implied offer. Implied offer using some actions already discussed. Then third one is specific offer. Any ideas about specific offer? Specific offer?
Offer made to a specific person.
Very good. Offer made to specific person or a particular person. It is called a specific offer. Given some example? Any example? Specific offer?
No idea, ma'am.
No idea. For example, it's nothing but already the same cases are used. For example, you selling car to a particular person. Okay. It is called a specific offer. Your ex, your car is only selling to Mr. Y only. It is called a specific offer. Okay. The next one is general offer. General offer means the offer made by the entire world or through the public. It is called a general offer. Okay. So made to be world at large or public in general, not to any specific person or particular person. So it is example for advertisement. So advertisement for tracing a missing person or seeking valuable things. So it is called a general offer. So information relating to a missing person or valuable thing. So the offer can be accepted by anybody if interested in the offer. It is called a general offer. Again repeated, offer means it is a proposal or promise. Okay, someone willingly to ask to another person, I am selling my car, I am selling my house. It is called the offer. The other person is accepted to that offer. Okay. So the offer are classified express offer, implied offer, specific offer, general offer. So express offer means using by words or written document. Implied offer means doing some activities. Specific offer means offer telling only for particular person. General offer means announced for through the world. So to accept any person. So the example for general offer is given advertisement for missing some person. Okay, it is called the general offer. Or the Nadi offer also called the general offer. It is reached to entire person. Anyone willingness to purchasing that commodities. The next one is standing offer. Any ideas about standing offer? STANDING. Standing offer. Standing offer are also called a tender. What is meant by tender? Tender. To know the word tender, reading newspaper. Tender, quotations. Okay, if a person a tender to supply special goods or some goods to tender specific services to the person who invites the tender, such a tender it is called a standing offer. Okay, for example, road contractor, constructor, public water tank, public schools, railway contractor, it is called the standing offer. The offer is given through the way of tender. The next one is counter offer. Counter offer means the offer does not accept the terms and conditions of the original offer. Again repeated, does not accept the terms and conditions of the original offer as laid down by the offerer. He wants to make some changes in the original offer. It is called the counter offer. To make some changes in the original offer. For example, Mr. A offered to sell his bicycle to Mr. B for rupees 2000. This is the original offer. Okay. But Mr. B makes a reply offering to purchase that bicycle for rupees 1500. So it is not actual contract or it is not actual acceptance. Okay, it is called the counter offer. So the offer is against the original offer. Making some changes in the original offer. It is called the counter offer. It's clear? It's clear?
Yes, ma'am.
The last one is cross offer. cross offer means if the two parties makes an identical offer, the same mind, same thing, for the same subject matter to each other, it is called the cross offer. For example, Mr. A write a letter to Mr. B to sell his car on the same day, without knowing Mr. B, write letter to Mr. A agreeing to buying a car. Okay, so both the parties are unaware of the letters written by one to each other. Okay, so it is not contract. The offer is made simultaneously but unknowingly. It is called the cross offer. Okay, so the offer concept is over. Any doubt?
No. No, ma'am.
Okay. The another slide share is, then offer is also having some rules and regulation. The same the essential elements of valid contract. Okay. The same must be entered into two parties, legal object, legal relationship, capacity of parties, consideration. So all the legal requirements are fulfilling the legal offer. Okay. But in offer is one point is very important. The offerer must communicate it to the offering. That's only it is valid offer or valid contract. So the communication is very important between the two parties. Okay. So offer is over. Next concept is acceptance. What is meant by acceptance? Acceptance. Acceptance means
Accepting the offer.
Accepting the
Offer.
It is called the
offer.
Yes, it is called the acceptance. So it refers to an act of accepting the offeree offer. So if the offer is considered starting point and acceptance is the end point of the contract. Okay. So who can accept? The next one is who can accept. Who can accept means the buyer is accepted that contract. Okay. So it is also covered some legal rules and regulations. The same conditions must be entered into parties, a legal object. All are same. It should also be communicated. All are same. But the important point is it must be absolute acceptance. What is meant by absolute? ABSOLUTE. 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 Absolute, the another term is called unconditional. What is meant by unconditional acceptance or absolute conditions? Any ideas? Any ideas? Because either acceptance or offer, both the parties are accepted full willingnessly. Okay, there is no making any changes in the original contract. Okay, but it is called the absolute offer and absolute acceptance. But sometimes, for example, counter offer. The party is willing to selling bicycle 2,000 rupees. But the buying party, Mr. B, argue, I am accepted only 1,500. Okay, it is not absolute acceptance. It is having some conditions. Okay, so the acceptance must having absolutely and unconditional. But the party is making some conditions. A is willing to selling 2,000, but Mr. B, I am accepted only 1,500. So it is called conditional acceptance, not absolute acceptance. But either a contract is valid, a acceptance is valid, a offer is valid. Either offer or acceptance must be valid. Only the absolute conditions are accepted, not unconditions. Okay. The next one is, it's very, very important, communication of offer and acceptance and revocation of offer. Communication between two parties is very important, sir. Buyer and seller. So the communication is very important, sir. Communication means that is the reply, either accepted or not rejected. Say anyone. Okay. The next one is revocation. Any ideas about revocation? REVOCATION. Revocation. What is meant by revocation? Revocation means cancellations or withdrawal or taking back. Okay. So the party is either buyer or seller revoking the offer or acceptance. It is called a revocation. But in valid contract, the revocation is very, very important. Main problem is timing. Any ideas about timing concept? Time is very important, making a contract. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
For example, we are going to school or we are going to college. Okay, at proper time. It's very important. Either 10 o'clock or 8 or at working place also. 9 o'clock enter into the office to start for 9 a.m. So it's accepted. Okay. But the time elapsed, so it creates some problems. Okay. And also the same thing in the contract. Either offer or acceptance. Okay. At the time, valid time only is create some valid contract. But the timing is lapsed, the entire contract is collapsed. For example, agricultural commodities, the agricultural commodities having limited lifetime. Correct? For example, vegetables, fruits, milk, fish, bread, other eatable commodities. They are having limited time only. Okay. So the contract person stored goods for the limited time period only. So after end of the time period, the commodities originality and quality are changed. Okay. So it is not used for the business purpose. Okay. So it is not accepted for any person. Correct? Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So each and every one commodity having some limited lifetime period. So the contract must be completed that particular time limit. Okay. So either in valid contract or invalid contract, whatever it is, the time period is very, very important. Okay. The time is one of the reasons for revocation of offer. Okay. So the particular time period is not complete the contract or complete is not complete the legal requirements or complete obligation. The parties are not accepted the contract. The business is automatically cancelled and withdrawal. Okay. So how to make the revocation? Time is the main concept for the revocation of offer. So revocation means taking back or withdrawal. It means revocation of an offer. The offer is withdrawn, cancelled by the contract at any time. Okay. But before the offeree post the letter of acceptance. Once the letter of acceptance is posted by offeree, does not reach the offer, the acceptance is over, the offer cannot be revoked. For what are the reasons? First one is revocation by giving some notice. Giving some notice means create awareness. So the offerer can revoke his offer before it is being accepted by the offeree. Posting letters of acceptance is considered as the time of acceptance, and revocation should be pursued before passing the letter of acceptance. The first one is communicated by the notice. Second one is lapse of time. Okay. Then third one is non-fulfillment conditions. So if the offerer has laid down any condition for accepting the offer, the offeree must fulfill them. So if not, the after stands revoked. Then fourth one is, it's very, very important, death of the parties. Either seller or death or buyer or the death. So it is impossible to complete the contract. The last one is counter offer, already discussed. The last one is to break some rules and regulations. Okay. For example, some parties are enter into the illegal contract, illegal objectives. create illegal relationship. So these are the reasons for revoking offers. Okay. So the final that concept, offer and acceptance. Either offer and acceptance are valid. Offer and acceptance are having some legal requirements. The revocation is important things. Revocation means that is taking back or withdrawal or cancellation the contract. The main reason is time period, that is lapse of time. Then second one is unconditional obligations. Then third one is non-fulfillment conditions. Either some parties are death. The last one is not following some rules and regulations. So these are the fact or reasons for revoking the offer and the acceptance. The last one is consideration. Consideration means something in return. Something in return. So when a party of an agreement to do something, they must get something in return. So for example, Mr. A wants to sell his car to Mr. B for rupees 50,000. Car is the consideration for B. The money 50,000 is the consideration for A. So both the parties are having something in return or some benefits. It is called consideration. It's clear? It's clear?
Clear, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
consideration means something having returns for both the parties. So A selling the car is benefit to Mr. B. B sending amount to Mr. A. So money is something in return to Mr. A. Something in return, it is also called consideration. Okay, consideration is very, very important. Consideration are also having some rules and regulations, the same concept. Two parties, capacity of parties, legal object, legal relationship. Okay, but the last topic is very important. The important questions in university exam question paper, the same line is repeated. A contract without consideration is void. Explain. Okay, the same statement is given in the question paper. It's very, very important. A contract without consideration is void. So explain. Okay. But every contract having some consideration. But sometimes some contracts not having something in written for both the parties. But some parties are having something in written, but other parties is not having consideration. It is called a contract without consideration. The main reason is, number one condition is love and affection. Love and affection. So the love and affection creates some social relationship, not legal relationship. If any agreement is made which is expressed in writing and is made out of natural love and affection between the parties, so standing in near relation to each other without consideration is void. Listen, I have given some explanation. A contract must be valid, so some legal requirements are needed. Okay, the valid contract having, the first one is two parties are entered, buyer and seller. Then second one is the contract made only based on the legal objectives. Then third one is must be created legal relationship, not for illegal relationship or social relationship. The next one is every contract having some consideration. So both the parties are benefited. Okay, either buyer and the seller. The next one is having some legal formalities. So these are the legal requirements are needed for the valid contract. Sometimes both the parties are enter into the contract, but one person having some consideration, the another person are not having consideration. This term it is called a contract without consideration is void. Void means that is not enforceable by the law. Okay. So in this case, the first one is love and affection. Any contract made by love and affection, it is void. Okay. Already in morning class, I will explain. For example, daughter, son, father, mother, love. It is created social relationship, not for legal relationship. Promise to give his daughter rupees 15,000. Okay, but daughter is not returned to the father any amount or any commodities. So the daughter only having something in return. It is called a contract without consideration is void. Then second one is social service, voluntary service. What is meant by social service or voluntary service? What is meant by social service or voluntary service? Any benefit for both the parties or one parties?
One party.
One party. For example, blood donation. Correct? Blood donation. Then next they are helping road accident, etc. Correct. So one person having something in return, some consideration. The other parties are not having considerations. So the contract create only the social relationship, not the legal relationship. Then third one is promise to pay a time barred debt. What is meant by time barred debt? Any ideas about time barred? TIMEBARRED. Time barred debt. என்ன சொல்லலாம்னா காலம் கடந்த கடன். இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் நான் ஒரு வேலையை இப்போ நான் முடிச்சேன்னா எனக்கு இப்போ அந்த அமௌண்ட்டை கொடுக்காம 1 year 2 years கொடுக்கறதால எனக்கு நோ பெனிஃபிட்ஸ். ஸோ ஒரு பர்சனுக்கு நான் வேலையை முடிச்சு கொடுத்தேன். ஸோ அந்த பர்சன் இப்போ ஒரு வீடு கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ட் பண்ணி தரான்னா அவனுக்கு வந்து என்னன்னா பெனிஃபிட் இருந்தது. ஸோ அவனுக்கு தான் சம்திங் இன் ரிட்டர்ன் கன்சிடரேஷன் வந்துருச்சு. ஆனா வேலையை முடிச்சு கொடுத்தேன் எனக்கு வந்து மணி கிடைக்கல. பட் 2 வருஷம் சென்று கிடைக்குது, 1 வருஷம் சென்று கிடைக்குது. பட் கிடைக்குது, பட் லேட்டா கிடைக்குது. ஸோ அப்ப எனக்கு அந்த பெனிஃபிட் இல்லை. It is also one of the example for a contract without consideration is void. Clear? The next one is gift. Gift also given based on love and affections. Okay, so some persons having some returns. The last one is charitable trust. Charitable trust also running services on the basis of social services, not for profit motive. So some persons having only the consideration, the other person not having something in return. Okay, so these are the concept for considerations. Any doubt? Any doubt?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so finally we conclude today. Almost first unit and the second units are over. Again, some review. Law means the law needed for every country. It must be needed for maintaining some order and discipline and control the society people. Okay, but in business law implemented for the purpose of smoothly running business in the nation. Okay, so the business law involved in the Indian Contract Act 1872. So the Indian Contract Act given guidelines for running business for the Indian people. So how the parties are enter into the contract, what type of parties are enter into the contract, what are the legal objectives are needed, how to create legal relationship between the parties, what type of considerations are given for both the parties. Okay, so these type of guidelines are given by the Indian Contract Act 1872. Okay, the next one, a contract must be valid. The valid contract only creating legal relationship and enforceability by the law. The valid contract only helpful for the legal purpose. Okay, so the valid contract having some requirements. So both the parties, capacity of parties. Capacity of parties means sound-minded persons are only enter into the contract. Major persons are only enter into the contract. So minor persons and unsound-minded person not enter into the contract. Maybe enter into the contract, it is invalid. So your case not valid in the court. Okay. The next one is to having some legal formalities. It is legal requirements, all the valid contract. Then afternoon section we have discussed classification of contract on the basis of 3 headings. The first one is basis of valid formation performance. In valid concept, valid contract, voidable contract, illegal contract, unlawful agreements. On the basis of formation, direct contract, that is express contract, indirect contract. Express contract means created by using words or written document. Indirect contract means that is implied contract means doing some actions. Okay. On the basis of performance is executed contract, executory contract. Executed contract means at that time both the parties are completed the conditions. Executory contract means one party is completed the obligation, another party is completed in future, given agricultural commodities. For example, agricultural commodities having some time. Okay, so given order 6 bags of rice, 6 bags of either some minerals. Okay, so the growing time it's needed. For example, wait for 5 months, 6 months. The growing the rice, after only packed the commodity and handle over to the buyer. Okay, so this type of contract is executory contract, that is completed in the future actions. Okay, so contract is over. The next one is offer. Offer, it is also called proposal or promise. Okay, so offer also having some legal requirements, but offer, it's very important, must be communicated to the offeree, that is accepted person. It's very important. The next one is acceptance. The buyer is accepted the contract, he is also must be communicated to the offer persons. That's only contract is completed. But either offer and acceptance, sometimes it is revocation, taking back. So taking back conditions means sometimes either seller or buyer, the contract is not completed at the time. So lapse of time is one of the reasons. And second one is to break some rules and regulations. The third one is some unconditional rules and regulations are followed. Sometimes both the parties are death, sometimes one party is death. So that the times it is impossibility to complete the contract. So that time automatically the contract is cancelled. But before the contract is cancelled, given some notice to the persons. Either notice given by buyer or either notice given by the seller. Okay, but given some notice at the proper time. The last one is consideration. Consideration also it's very important. Consideration means something in return. So we are entering into the business contract. Both the parties are having some benefits. Okay. So Mr. A selling car to Mr. B. The car is benefit to the Mr. B. Mr. B given amount to the A. So A is having money. So both the parties are having some benefit. That benefit is called consideration. The consideration technical term is called something in return. Okay. But the consideration create only legal relationship, not for social relationship. So the social relationship created only by love and affection, either family relationship, then friends gifted, voluntary services, and charitable trust services. So these are also contract, but it is not created by legal relationship. It is created only the social relationship. So it is not enforceable by the law. The legal relationship only enforceable by the Indian Contract Act 1872. Okay. So this legal relationship only claim some compensation due to any problem. But otherwise, we are not claim to the other persons. Okay. Say today topic is over. Almost your 2 units is over. Any doubt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you to all. After completed class, I will send notes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next class we will meet. Thank you to all.
Hello. Hello, guys.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi, Lazmi.
Hi. How are you?
Any idea about question paper?
லாஸ்ட் இயர் கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர்ஸ் டிடி வெப்சைட்லயே நீங்க பார்க்கலாம்.
சிஸ்டர் கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர்லாம் எப்படி கலெக்ட் பண்றது? லாஸ்ட் இயர் கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் அந்த மாதிரி.
ஆன்லைன்ல இருக்கு, அவங்களோட வெப்சைட்ல போனீங்கன்னா அதுல இருக்கு.
அதுல ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல் தான் சிஸ்டர் இருக்கு. கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் எதுவும்
இல்ல, மாடல் கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் இருக்கு, ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல் இருக்கு.
சிஸ்டர் இன்னொரு டவுட்டு, இப்போ நம்ம எக்ஸாம் எழுதுறோம் அப்படின்னா லாங்குவேஜ் அண்ட் இங்கிலீஷ் பேப்பர்ல வருமா, இல்ல நம்ம இந்த 5 சப்ஜெக்ட் மட்டும் தான் எழுதுவோமா?
5 சப்ஜெக்ட் தான் எழுதுவோம், அது எப்படி அதெல்லாம் தருவாங்க?
ஆக்சுவலா தெரியல, நான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் அதனால தான் கேட்குறேன். எங்க கேட்கணும்னு தெரியல, அதுக்காக தான்.
நானும் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் தான். ஆனா நமக்கு இந்த புக் தானே கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, இது மட்டும் தான் வரும்.
ஓகே ஓகே சிஸ்டர், தேங்க்யூ சிஸ்டர்.
Hello, when is the exam?
கைஸ், எனக்கு புக்ல அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் புக்ல வந்து ஒரு 10 பேஜஸ் கிட்ட மிஸ்ஸிங் ஆகுது. உங்களுக்கு அப்படி இருக்கா?
நார்மலா தான் இருக்கு.
எனக்கு அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் புக்ல வந்து அந்த டிப்ரிசியேஷன் அக்கவுண்டிங்ல வந்து ஒரு பேஜஸ் மிஸ்ஸிங் ஆகுது.
இல்ல அது ஆன்லைன்ல கூட இருக்கு, பிடிஎஃப் நீங்க டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி வேணா பிரிண்ட் எடுத்துங்க அந்த பேஜ் மட்டும் பர்టిక్యులரா.
என்ன வெப்சைட்? டிடி வெப்சைட்லயா?
டிடி பேக்கப் சொல்லிட்டு வெப்சைட் இருக்கு. நான் வந்து லிங்க் வேணா ஷேர் பண்றேன், குரூப்ல போட்டு வரேன்.
ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க. குரூப் நேம்?
குரூப்ல நீங்க இல்லையா?
இல்லைங்களே, இருக்க மாட்டேன்.
ஓகே, உங்க நம்பர் சொன்னீங்கன்னா அப்படியே நாங்க ஆட் பண்ணிடலாம்.
63
ஒரே நிமிஷம் இருங்க.
குரூப் இருக்கா? இந்த பேட்ச்க்கு குரூப் இருக்கா சார்? இருக்கு.
இது எப்போ கிரியேட் பண்ணது? எனக்கும் அப்படி
நம்பர் ஷேர் பண்ணவங்க
இல்ல, குரூப்
எனக்கும் ஆட் பண்ணி விடுங்க.
குரூப் கிரியேட் பண்ணிருந்தா யாருக்காவது என்ன டவுட் இருந்தா நீங்க கிளியர் பண்ணுவீங்களா?
ஓகே. இப்ப நம்பர் சொல்லுங்கண்ணா.
63
63
83
83
79
79
32
32
30.
30. ஓகே, உங்க பேரு?
காயத்ரி.
ஓகே, ஆட் பண்ணிடுறேன் ஒரே நிமிஷம்.
பிரதர் அப்படியே என்னோட நம்பர் கூட நோட் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
ஹாய், ப்ளீஸ் நீங்க என்னோட நம்பரும் எடுக்கிறீங்களா?
ஓகே, என்ன சொல்லுங்க.
நீங்க உங்க மெயில் ஐடி ஷேர் பண்ணா நம்பர் ஷேர் பண்ணுவோம். நீங்க குரூப்ல ஆட் பண்ணிடுவீங்கல்ல?
சரி ஓகே, என் மெயில் ஐடி சொல்லவா?
சொல்லுங்க.
சொல்லுமா, சொல்லட்டுமா நம்பர் பிரதர்?
நம்பர் சொல்லுங்க. நம்பர் சொல்லுங்க.
81
ப்ரோ மெயில் ஐடி சொல்லுங்க ப்ரோ.
என்னோட மெயில் ஐடியா?
சொல்லுங்க. நம்பர் சொல்லுங்க.
மெயில் ஐடி சொல்லுவா, நம்பர் சொல்லுங்களா?
மெயில் ஐடி
நீங்க நம்பர் சொல்லுங்க. நான் இல்லங்க
ஒரு நிமிஷம்
பிரதர் ஆட் பண்ற நம்பர் மட்டும் சொல்லுங்க. அவங்க எல்லாரும் உங்களுக்கு மெசேஜ் பண்ணுவாங்க, நீங்க அப்படியே ஆட் பண்ணி விட்டுருங்க.
ஆமா.
இது என்னோட
இல்ல இப்ப ஆக்சுவலா கன்ஃபியூஸா இருக்கு. என்னோட நம்பர் சொல்லவா
ப்ரோ
இல்ல அவங்க நம்பர்?
ப்ரோ உங்க நம்பர் சொல்றீங்களா? பேசாம எல்லாரும் இதில் ஷேர் பண்றோம் நாங்க.
81.
Hello, does anyone miss exam?
மேடம் வந்துட்டாங்க, அப்புறமா பேசிக்கலாம். மேம் வந்துட்டாங்க.
Yeah, good evening
சரி
students.
பாய்.
இந்த
மேம்
discussion
வந்துட்டாங்க.
நம்ம கிளாஸ்க்கு அப்புறம் பார்க்கலாமா?
பார்க்கலாம் மேம்.
Okay. We'll start. Hope you are all keeping good. எல்லாரும் நல்லா இருக்கீங்க இல்லையா?
Yeah, ma'am.
நல்லா இருக்கு.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, நேத்து portions go through பண்ணீங்களா? PPTs இது எடுத்தீங்க இல்லையா? Screenshot அதெல்லாம் go through பண்ணீங்களா?
பண்ணலாம் மேம்.
Okay, நம்ம just ஒரு rewind பண்ணலாம். நான் ஸ்லைட் ஷேர் பண்றேன்.
ஓகே.
Slide visible இருக்கு இல்லையா? Is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. So yesterday we were seeing communication. Just we will see the slides. Okay. Communication, introduction, definition, need, then objectives of communication, components of communication process, features or characteristics of communication, then principles of communication or 6 C's of communication, then types of communication, barriers to communication. These were the topics in the first unit. Second unit பாத்தீங்கன்னா we just started the second unit. இன்னைக்கு அது வந்து கண்டினியூ பண்ணுவோம். சரிங்களா? Second unit வந்து it is business about business letters. So in business letters we have seen what is meant by business letter, then need for business letter. I think somebody's mic is on. Can you please mute it? Okay, other participants, please mute your mic so that we won't have any disturbance. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Then need for business letters, functions or purposes of a business letter, kinds of business letters. Okay. So itana portions வந்து we completed yesterday. Okay. So இன்னைக்கு நம்ம பார்க்க போறது first பார்க்க போறது வந்து essentials of an effective business letter. ஒரு லெட்டர் எழுதும்போது நம்ம இது கேர்ஃபுல்லா இருக்க வேண்டிய விஷயங்கள். Okay, what are the topics to be that we have to be careful about? Okay, so essentials of an effective business letter. The first one is clarity of thought. Okay, so before writing a letter we should know, நமக்கு தெரியணும் what we are going to write, நம்ம என்ன எழுத போறோம். So it should be clear and concise. பெரிய essay மாதிரி இருக்க கூடாது. It should not be like an essay. It should be clear and concise, and you have to add only the necessary information. Unnecessary வந்து நிறைய விஷயம் எதுவுமே ஆட் பண்ண வேண்டாம். You have to add only the necessary information. So the first point is clarity of thought. நீங்க வேணும்னா ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் எடுத்து வைக்கலாம் படிக்கிறதுக்காக. Okay. Then second one is organized information. The information or the message in the letter should be logical and clear. ஒரு ப்ராப்பர் சீக்வன்ஸ் இருக்கணும். லாஸ்ட் எழுத வேண்டியது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எழுதக்கூடாது, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எழுத வேண்டியது செகண்ட் எழுதக்கூடாது. ஓகே, ஸோ அந்த கண்டென்ட் வந்து there should be a logical sequence or it should be well structured. Okay, or it should be in a proper order. That is what organized information. Then highlight the special words with color. ஏதாவது ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் இதுக்கு வந்து ஸ்பெஷல் அட்டென்ஷன் வேணும் அப்படின்னா you have to highlight that special words, those special words with color. Okay, then you have to be optimistic in your letter. That means you should be positive. நம்ம எப்பவுமே வந்து ஒரு நெகட்டிவ் ஆட்டிடியூட பேசினா அதோட ரிசல்ட் வந்து நெகட்டிவா தான் இருக்கும். But when we are positive, the receiver also will receive it in a positive way. So we should not be negative in we should not show our negative attitude in the letter. We should be positive. So we should show our optimism in the letter so that the receiver will also be happy while reading the letter. Okay. Then estimate the pulse of the reader. So you will know certain people before writing the letter, you know these people will react in this way. Okay. So receiver behavior பத்தி உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஐடியா இருந்தா you have to write the letter based on the reaction of the receiver. அவங்க வந்து இப்படி react பண்றதுக்கு chances இருக்குது. So அதனால அதுக்கு ஏத்த மாதிரி you have to prepare the message and send the letter. Then conclude with a reminder. ஸோ நம்ம வந்து சம்டைம்ஸ் ஒரு ஜாப் அப்ளிகேஷன் லெட்டர் எழுதும்போது கன்க்ளூடிங் ரிமார்க்ஸ் என்ன இருக்கும்? awaiting a favorable reply from you. Okay, so we are giving a reminder to respond to our message. Okay, then proofreading, that is the most important aspect. Before sending it, you have to check twice or thrice. ஒரு 2 வாட்டி 3 வாட்டி நல்லா ரீட் பண்ணி பாருங்க. ஏதாவது மிஸ்டேக்ஸ் இருக்குதான் பார்த்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் மட்டும்தான் அனுப்பணும். நம்ம நேத்து பார்த்தோம், கிராமர் மிஸ்டேக் இருக்கக்கூடாது, ஸ்பெல்லிங் மிஸ்டேக் இருக்கக்கூடாது. நம்ம வந்து அந்த பிஸ்னஸ் லெட்டர்ஸ் வந்து எஸ்பெஷலி பிஸ்னஸ் லெட்டர்ஸ் வந்து தே ஷுட் பி இட் ஷுட் பி வெரி கிளியர். ஓகே, நம்ம ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸுக்கு லெட்டர் எழுதும்போது ஒரு சின்ன தப்பு இருந்தாலும் பிரச்சனை கிடையாது. அது இல்லாமல் வந்து நம்ம இமேஜை வந்து பாதிக்க போகிறது இல்லை. பட் நம்ம ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் லெட்டர் அனுப்பும்போது it matters, okay, because it will affect our reputation or the goodwill of the organization. So before sending the letter, you have to check the letter once or twice. Then you have to forward the letter. Then another 2 important aspects are inner quality and outer quality. So inner quality தான் நம்ம இப்போ பார்த்தோம். So inner quality நம்ம ஒரு வாட்டி கூட இது conclude பண்ணலாம். It should be clear. That means we have to use simple and lucid sentences. Lucid sentences na easy to understand. Okay, then it should be very concise. That is, it should be brief. Then it should be concrete. That means it should be structured. That means it should be in logical sequence. Then courtesy, we should show concern to the receiver of that particular letter. Then accuracy, exact details alone to be given. That is, necessary information alone to be given. And we should be well mannered. That means no harsh or rude words should be used in the letter. And completeness, complete information should be in that particular letter. We told that the letter should be brief or it should be concise. அந்த மாதிரி சின்னதா இருந்தாலும் complete information வந்து அதில் இருக்கும். This is about inner quality. Next one வந்து outer quality. That means the size of the paper. That means normally we use A4 sheet or organizations வந்து they use the letterhead to send the letter. Okay, so usually we use A4 size. So size of the paper, the color of the paper. Normally we don't send in red color or blue color paper. Normally we use white or cream color. Okay, off-white colors. Those colors are used to send letters, official letters. Then quality of the paper matters. Okay, then the size of the envelope should be according to the size of the paper, okay, size of the letter. And way of folding, we could sometimes, some people they fold the letters very small. We should not do like that. As per the size of the envelope, the letter should be folded. Okay, envelope oda size ku ஏத்த மாதிரி தான் letter வந்து fold பண்ணனும். Then it looks neat. Okay, so these are the essentials of an effective business letter. So hereafter, when we send a letter, whether it is a job application letter or an official letter, so we have to keep these things in our mind, and then we have to proceed with the letter writing. Okay, then hope you have taken a screenshot of this. Next topic வந்து structure or layout or parts of a business letter. This is an important portion. Okay, and இது பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் you will be writing letter. Because கண்டிப்பா வந்து உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸாமுக்கு வந்து letter writing இருக்கும். So it will be easy for you to score good marks. Okay, so letter writing வந்து ரொம்ப டைம் எடுக்காது, ஈஸியாகவும் வந்து முடிக்கலாம். Provided you have to keep these conditions in mind. Okay, okay, so we have 13 points. You may please listen carefully. You may please take a screenshot of this, because நம்ம letter writing எல்லா லெட்டரோட examples வந்து நான் PPT-ல போடல. It is in your study material. Okay, just in the points வந்து clear-ஆ listen பண்ணுங்க. It will be easy for you to write. The first thing you have to keep in mind is heading. இப்போ வந்து நம்ம லெட்டர் அனுப்பும்போது லெட்டர் ஹெட் மேலே ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷனோட லெட்டர் ஹெட் மேலே அவங்களோட நேம், கம்பெனி நேம், அட்ரஸ், ஃபோன் நம்பர், இமெயில் ஐடி எல்லாமே இருக்கும். இன்கேஸ் we are writing the letter in A4 sheet, we have to write the name of the company, the address, the phone number and email ID on the top. Okay, that is heading. Then second one is date. Date usually we write in the right hand side, upper right hand section of the letter. So there we will write the date. Date usually போடும்போது you can put it as 6th August 2023. Instead of writing 060823, the best way is you can write it as 6th August 2023. Okay, so you have to write it on the upper right hand section. Next one the inside address. Inside address means நம்ம வந்து to address போடுவீங்க இல்லையா, from address வந்து மேல வந்து அந்த ஆர்கனைசேஷனோட அட்ரஸ் எல்லாமே இருக்கிறதுனால from address தேவையில்லை. You can put it as அந்த மாதிரி டீடைல்ஸ் இருக்கிறதுனால from address தேவையில்லை. பட் ஒரு plain பேப்பர்ல எழுதும்போது there should be from address. Okay, so inside addressனா to address, that means receiver's address, address to which the letter is being sent and includes the titles and names of the person to receive the letter. For example, to Mr. Prakash, Managing Director, ABC Company. அந்த மாதிரி. Okay, to addressல வந்து personோட name இருக்கணும், அவங்களோட designation or அவங்களோட title இருக்கணும். Inside addressக்கு அடுத்தது அதுக்கு கீழே வந்து salutation, that means Mr. Prakash or respected sir or respected madam, dear sir, dear madam, இதெல்லாமே வந்து it is called salutation. Okay, அதுக்கு கீழே வந்து subject matter. Subject matter na what is the main matter or the center point of that particular letter. So normally nama subject matter எழுதும்போது we don't write subject matter, we write it in short SUB colon, ரெண்டு டாட் இல்லையா, அதுதான் போடும். Okay, subject போடும். For example, suppose we are working in a place and we want to avail leave. So subject is permission to avail leave for 1 day. That is the subject matter. Okay, okay, so heading, date, inside address, salutation, subject matter. So in the subject matter kapram we write the body of the letter. Actually under body of letter, that is the main content of the letter. Body of the letter is the main content, that is the information that is to be communicated to the receiver. So this body of letter can be divided into three: opening paragraph, middle paragraph, closing paragraph. So opening paragraph la vandu or introduction, middle paragraph la vandu main content, closing paragraph la vandu or closing paragraph, for example, awaiting a favorable reply from you. So that is a closing paragraph. So in the paragraph na பெரிய paragraph எல்லாம் கிடையாது. Sometimes in the opening paragraph maybe ஒரு 1 line தான் இருக்கும் or 2 lines தான் இருக்கும். Middle paragraph maybe 2 or 3 sentences. Closing paragraph maybe 1 sentence. Suppose you are applying for a job after seeing an advertisement in a newspaper. So the opening paragraph will be in response to your advertisement in the Hindu on 6th August so and so. அப்படிதான் நீங்க வந்து prepare பண்ணுவீங்க. Okay, that is opening paragraph. So in middle paragraph you are explaining about yourself, என்னோட qualification இது, நான் இந்த ஜாபுக்கு eligible, இது வந்து middle paragraph. Closing paragraph வந்து like awaiting a favorable reply from you. Okay, so this is the body of the letter. Then அதுக்கப்புறம் we write it thanking you. Then the complimentary clause, that is yours truly, yours sincerely, yours respectfully. This is called complimentary clause. Okay, complimentary clause கீழ வந்து signature. நீங்க எப்படி சைன் பண்ணுவீங்க, உங்க நேம் எழுதிட்டு அதுக்கு மேல தான் சைன் பண்ணணும். So yours truly, அதுக்கு கீழ சைன், அதுக்கு கீழ வந்து நேம். So usually we write the name, then above the name we have to sign. எங்க இருந்தாலும், because I have seen many people signing below the name. நேமுக்கு கீழே வந்து சைன் பண்ணக்கூடாது, எப்பவுமே வந்து நேம் எழுதி அதுக்கு மேல தான் சைன் பண்ணணும். ஓகே, we have to sign above the name. Okay, signature. Then இப்போ வந்து ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ல இருந்து வெளியில் லெட்டர் போகும்போது we should know who dictated that letter and who typed that letter. That is the identity marks of the dictator and stenographer or their initials. Okay, dictate பண்ணனா யாரு வந்து அந்த லெட்டர் சொல்லி கொடுத்தாங்க, ஸ்டெனோகிராஃபர் வந்து அந்த லெட்டர் வந்து டைப் பண்ணுவாங்க, சொல்லும்போது டைப் பண்ணுவாங்க. So for example, if the dictator or if the manager ஓட பேர் வந்து A Prakash, டைப் பண்ணா ஸ்டெனோகிராஃபரோட நேம் வந்து B Vasanthi. So அந்த லெட்டர் கீழே, அந்த சிக்னேச்சர் கீழே they will put it as AP/BV. So அந்த லெட்டர் பார்க்கும்போது தெரியும் A Prakash dictated the letter and B Vasanthi type the letter. Okay, AP/BV. Okay, then அதுக்கு கீழே வந்து என்க்ளோஷர்ஸ். என்க்ளோஷர்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம மோஸ்ட்லி ஃபுல்லாகவே எழுத மாட்டோம். ஷார்ட் ஃபார்ம் வந்து ENCL. ஓகே, என்க்ளோஷர்ஸ்னா அடிஷ்னலாக வந்து ஏதாவது அட்டாச் பண்ண அந்த மெயின் லெட்டர் கூட அடிஷ்னலாக ஏதாவது அட்டாச் பண்ணா 1, 2, 3 போட்டு we can enclose the additional details. For example, when we are applying for a job, along with the job application letter, we will attach resume. So enclosures, number 1, resume. Number 2, certificate, 10th certificate, 12th certificate, and the madri. Okay. So these are called enclosures. அதே மாதிரி பிஸ்னஸ்ல பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சப்போஸ் யூ ஆர் ஆஸ்கிங் ஃபார் அ கொட்டேஷன், ஒரு ரிக்வஸ்ட் வந்து கொட்டேஷனுக்காக ஒரு ரிக்வஸ்ட் லெட்டர் அனுப்பியிருக்கோம். ஸோ அதுக்கு ரிப்ளை வரும்போது யூ வில் ஹேவ் நம்பர் 1, அந்த லெட்டர் கூட யூ வில் ஹேவ் நம்பர் 1 quotation. Okay, so that is enclosure. So enclosure means the additional document you attach along with the letter. The next one is carbon copy notation, that is CC. அங்கே வந்து carbon copy எழுத மாட்டோம், நம்ம CC. இதே லெட்டர் வந்து இன்னொரு ஆளுக்கு போனோம். Okay, we have to send the same letter to one more person, because இப்போ ஒரு மேனேஜர் வந்து ஒரு லெட்டர் அனுப்பும்போது சம்டைம்ஸ் he will put a copy to the managing director, because அந்த கம்பெனியோட ஹையர் ஒஃபிஷியல்ஸ்க்கு தெரியணும் எந்த மாதிரி லெட்டர் எப்படி வெளியில் போனாங்க கூட தெரியணும். ஸோ காப்பி சிசி காலன் போட்டுட்டு யார் யார் பேர், ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் மிஸ்டர் ஆனந்த், மேனேஜிங் டைரக்டர் ஏபிசி கம்பெனி. ஓகே, ஸோ தட் இஸ் கார்பன் காப்பி ஆர் சிசி. தென் மெயிலிங் நொட்டேஷன். சம்டைம்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம நீங்க பார்த்துருப்பீங்க என்வெலப்புக்கு நம்ம லெட்டர் எழுதி என்வெலப்புக்குள்ள போட்டதுக்கு அப்புறம் என்வெலப்புக்கு மேல வந்து கான்ஃபிடென்ஷியல் ஆர் ரெஜிஸ்டர்ட் போஸ்ட் பை கொரியர் அந்த மாதிரி எல்லாமே எழுதுவாங்க. ஓகே, தட் இஸ் கால்ட் மெயிலிங் நொட்டேஷன். Sometimes what happens for the business letter, they write it on the letter itself. So when the letter is opened, மேலே இருக்கும் எங்க மெயிலிங் நோட்டேஷன் எங்க எழுதும்னா, இப்போ லெட்டர் எழுதும்போது that will be just below the date line. டேட் எழுதும் இல்லையா, அதுக்கு கீழே வந்து it will be mentioned personal. So அந்த லெட்டர் வந்து யாருக்கு அட்ரஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்களோ அவங்க மட்டும்தான் அந்த லெட்டர் வந்து ரீட் பண்ணணும். ஓகே, personal, confidential. If it is registered, that is not a matter, anybody can read that letter. Okay, so usually letter எழுதும்போது mailing notation வந்து it will be just below the date line, and normally we write on the envelope also, by courier, by registered post. Okay, then speed post. Okay, அந்த மாதிரி we will write on the envelope too. And another important layout part of the business letter is postscript. In short, we put it as PS. ஸோ லெட்டர் எல்லாமே ரெடி ஆயிடுச்சு, பட் வி forgot to include something. அந்த லெட்டரில் இன்க்ளூட் பண்ண வேண்டிய ஏதோ ஒரு விஷயம் வந்து நம்ம இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு மறந்துச்சு. அதனால வாட் வி வில் டூ, PS போட்டுட்டு, தட் இஸ் போஸ்ட் ஸ்கிரிப்ட், PS போட்டு அந்த கண்டென்ட் வந்து அங்கே நோட் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ அந்த PS பார்த்தாலும் நமக்கு தெரியலாம் அவங்க லெட்டர் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணும்போது they forgot to add the content. So finally they have added it. Okay, so these are the contents or structure or layout or parts of a business letter. So while writing a letter, you have to keep these points in mind, and then you have to prepare the letter. Okay, so in the 9th point, identity marks of the dictator and stenographer வந்து எல்லா லெட்டர்லயும் இருக்கணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. That is mostly official letter தான் அது எல்லாமே இருக்கும். Okay, okay, hope you are clear it. I would like to get some thumbs up. Hope you understood it, and you may please take a screenshot of this slide too. Okay, okay, thank you. Now we will see the next slide. So we will see the first letter, request letter. Okay, so normally request na உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், ஒரு விஷயம் நமக்கு வேணும்னா நம்ம request பண்ணுவோம் இல்லையா. So request letter in business, for what purpose we prepare request letter? Maybe to obtain catalogs. இப்போ வந்து ஒரு லைப்ரரியில் வந்து நிறைய புக்ஸ் வேணும். ஸோ புக்ஸ் டீட்டெயில்ஸ் கேட்டு we will request catalogs to the book publishing companies. Okay, then we will ask for quotations. நமக்கு வந்து ஏதாவது நிறைய விஷயம் வாங்கணும், மெஷின்ஸ் வாங்கணும், புக்ஸ் வாங்கணும், ஏதாவது பெரிய பெரிய பொருள் வாங்கணும் அப்படின்னா we will ask for the quotation. Then next one வந்து for obtaining sample of some items, then we will write a request letter. Then obtaining supply of goods on credit terms. சப்ளை ஆஃப் குட்ஸ் ஆன் கிரெடிட் டேர்ம்ஸ்னா குட்ஸ் வந்து இப்போ வாங்கிட்டு அப்புறமா வந்து இது பே பண்றது. ஓகே, ஸோ ஒரு பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா கிரெடிட் டேர்ம்ஸ்ல வந்து சப்ளையருக்கு வந்து கஸ்டமரே நல்லா தெரியும். இஃப் ஹி ஹேஸ் எ ட்ரஸ்ட் ஆன் தி கஸ்டமர், சப்ளையர் வந்து இமிடியேட்லி ஹி வில் இஷ்யூ திஸ் கிரெடிட் டேர்ம்ஸ். பட் நம்ம ஒரு புது பார்ட்டி அப்படின்னா, புது கஸ்டமர் அப்படின்னா ரிப்ளை வந்து மேபி நெகட்டிவா இருக்கலாம். பிகாஸ் தே டோன்ட் நோ, அந்த சப்ளையருக்கு வந்து நம்மளை பத்தி தெரியாது. பிகாஸ் வி ஆர் அ நியூ பர்சன். இல்லாட்டி நமக்கு ஏதாவது ரெஃபரன்ஸ் இருந்தா வி மே ஈஸிலி கெட் திஸ் கிரெடிட் டேர்ம்ஸ். அந்த மாதிரி நெகட்டிவா ரிப்ளை அனுப்பும்போது கூட the reply should be very polite. Okay, so obtaining catalogs and price list, obtaining quotations and samples, and request for supply of goods on credit. Okay, so these are the various purposes for which we write request letters. So in the request letters oda samples, எல்லா letters oda samples வந்து உங்களோட மெட்டீரியல் இருக்குது. ஓகே, உங்களோட மெட்டீரியல் வந்து உங்களுக்கு புக்கா கிடைக்கலாட்டி கூட this material is available online. Pondicherry University website will போயிட்டு Directorate of Distance Education, that is DDE, அதுக்குள்ள போனீங்கன்னா you will get the material. Okay, then this is just an example. இது வந்து உங்க study material இந்த எடுத்த விஷயம் தான். Okay, the same thing is the request for catalog and terms of business. Then அதுக்கான reply to the request for catalog and terms of business. Okay, so this is for புக்ஸோட கேட்டலாக், அதோட ப்ரைஸ் லிஸ்ட் எல்லாமே கேட்டிருக்காங்க. ஸோ அதுக்கான ரிப்ளை வந்து அனுப்பியிருக்காங்க. ஓகே, ஃப்ரம் சுல்தான் சந்த் அண்ட் சன்ஸ், அந்த புக் பப்ளிஷிங் ஹவுஸ்ல இருந்து ரிப்ளை வந்திருக்கு. ஓகே, நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் இஸ் கலெக்ஷன் லெட்டர்ஸ். ஓகே, இதோட மெயின் ஃபங்க்ஷன் என்ன? த மெயின் ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆஃப் கலெக்ஷன் லெட்டர், வாட் இஸ் த மெயின் ஃபங்க்ஷன்? டு கலெக்ட் த மணி. ஓகே, இப்போ வந்து கிரெடிட் டேர்ம்ஸ்ல வந்து குட்ஸ் வாங்கியிருக்காங்க, ஆனா வந்து அமௌண்ட் பே பண்ணல. ஸோ அந்த அமௌண்ட் வந்து கலெக்ட் பண்ணும். தட் இஸ் த மெயின் பர்பஸ் ஆஃப் தி கலெக்ஷன் லெட்டர்ஸ். ஸோ வாட் த சப்ளையர் வில் டூ? Supplier will send a letter to the customer stating that they have to pay the amount. So அந்த amount வந்து கலெக்ட் பண்றதுக்காக கலெக்ஷன் லெட்டர் அனுப்புவாங்க. கலெக்ஷன் லெட்டர் அனுப்பும்போது எப்படின்னா கம்பெனியோட ரெப்யூட்டேஷன் மெயின்டைன் பண்ற அளவுக்கு தான் அனுப்பணும். ஓகே, ஹார்ஷ் வேர்ட்ஸ், ரூட் வேர்ட்ஸ் எதுவுமே யூஸ் பண்ணக்கூடாது. இட் ஷுட் பி வெரி பொலைட் ஸோ that will help to retain the goodwill. ஓகே, ஸோ இந்த கலெக்ஷன் லெட்டரோட ஸ்டெப்ஸ் எப்படின்னா, the first one வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் லெட்டர் அனுப்பும்போது it will be in a casual tone, ரொம்ப கேஷுவலாக இருக்கும். ஸோ it will be just a reminder, இந்த மாதிரி இந்த டேட்டுக்குள்ள இந்த பில் அமௌண்ட் பே பண்ணணும் சொல்லி ஒரு ரிமைண்டர். செகண்ட் ஒன், அந்த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் லெட்டருக்கு ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் இல்லாட்டி again a reminder is sent. ஓகே, சம்டைம்ஸ் வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் லெட்டர் வந்து அவங்க கவனிக்காம விட்டுருக்கலாம். ஸோ again a reminder is sent. அந்த லெட்டருக்கும் ரிப்ளை இல்லை, நோ ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் அப்படின்னா they will send a third letter. ஸோ அதில் வந்து அப்ரோச் வந்து கொஞ்சம் சீரியஸாக இருக்கும். ஹாஷ் கிடையாது, பட் கொஞ்சம் சீரியஸ். ஓகே, பே பண்ண வேண்டியதோட இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸை பற்றி அதில் வந்து கொஞ்சம் மென்ஷன் பண்ணுவாங்க. அண்ட் தே வில் ஆஸ்க் வாட் இஸ் ராங் வித் த கஸ்டமர், ஏன் நீங்கள் வந்து பே பண்ணலாம்னு வந்து கேட்கலாம். ஓகே, தென் இஃப் no reply or response is received for the third letter, again they send another letter stating that நீங்க வந்து கொஞ்சம் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்க. ஓகே, they will ask for a fair play. நீங்க பே பண்ண எங்களுக்கும் நல்லது, உங்களுக்கும் நல்லது, அந்த மாதிரி சொல்லி they will prepare a letter and again they will attach a bill. again ஒரு bill attach பண்ணி கஸ்டமர் கிட்ட சைன் பண்ணி அது திருப்பி அனுப்ப சொல்லுவாங்க. because they have to ensure that கஸ்டமர் கிட்ட பில் இருக்குது, ஆனா அவர் வந்து டிலே பண்றாரு. ஓகே, ஸோ அதுக்காக they will ask they will send the bill along with the letter. Okay, and in the fifth letter what happens, the customer is reminded about the importance of his credit rating. Okay, so they will say that please complete the payment. Okay, otherwise they will slightly they will hint of the legal action. Okay, நீங்க வந்து பே பண்ணலாட்டி we may be compelled to initiate legal action வந்து மென்ஷன் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஓகே, then next one வந்து sixth letter வந்து it will be a final appeal. ஓகே, ஸோ ஃபைனல் அப்பீல்னா கஸ்டமர் கிட்ட நிறைய கேட்டு பார்த்தோம், நோ ரெஸ்பான்ஸ். ஸோ again a final appeal. ஓகே, ஸோ அதில் எப்படின்னா நீங்க வந்து இந்த மாதிரி டிலே பண்றதுனால எங்களுக்கும் கஷ்டம். ஓகே, ஸோ நீங்கள் வந்து பே பண்ணலாட்டி லீகல் ஆக்ஷன் இனிஷியேட் பண்ணுவோம். அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணும்போது உங்களுக்கு வந்து கஷ்டமா இருக்கும். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி சப்ளையர் வந்து கஸ்டமரை வந்து ரிமைண்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. And in the final letter, the specific days, okay, specific number of days, in the dates, in the 10 days, you have to pay the amount. If not, you have to face a legal action. So the last letter it should be much serious, explaining to the customer that a legal action will be taken. Okay, so normally it happens. It happens. Okay, sometimes வந்து சில customers வந்து delay பண்ணுவாங்க. So that will cause embarrassment and disturbance to the supplier. So supplier வந்து அதுக்கப்புறம் இந்த customer மேல அந்த நம்பிக்கை வந்து கம்மி ஆயிடும். Okay, so again அவர் வந்து ஒரு credit termsல வந்து goods வாங்கும்போது அவர் வந்து hesitate பண்ணுவாங்க. அந்த supplier வந்து hesitate பண்ணுவாங்க. Okay, so this is the purpose of the collection letter. Okay, to collect the money and at the same time to retain the customer's goodwill. Okay, hope this is clear to you. You may take a screenshot of the collection letter. Okay, so main purpose is to collect the money. Okay, amount. Then next one is claim letter. Claim letter, it may also be called as letter of complaint. Okay, so ஒரு personal letter இது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா sometimes we purchase some things online, maybe ஒரு ஸ்டாச்சுவாக இருக்கலாம், ஓகே, ஆர் அ பர்த்டே கிஃப்ட் ஃபார் அவர் சில்ட்ரன். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி வாங்கும்போது நம்ம ஆன்லைனில் வாங்கும்போது சம்டைம்ஸ் நம்ம ரிசீவ் பண்ணும்போது there might be some damage. So we can't accept that damaged good. So what we will do? Immediately we will write a letter of complaint or a claim letter stating that நம்ம வந்து இந்த பொருள் ரிசீவ் பண்ணும்போது இதில் இந்த மாதிரி டேமேஜ் இருந்தது, ஸோ கைண்ட்லி ரீப்ளேஸ் இட்னு சொல்லிட்டு we will send. ஓகே, ஸோ இந்த சேம் வே பிஸ்னஸில் எப்படின்னா கஸ்டமர் வந்து சப்ளையருக்கு வந்து மெயில் லெட்டர் அனுப்புவாங்க. ஸோ அண்ட் ஸோ மிஸ்டேக்ஸ் ஆர் the damages are identified in the product, so kindly replace it. Okay, so letter of complaint. So claim letter, it is a persuasive letter. Okay, so it is a compulsive letter. So customer அந்த மாதிரி அனுப்பும்போது it is a duty of the supplier to clear it. Okay, so types of claim letters பார்த்தீங்களா, letters of complaint sent to a business or claim demands sent to an insurance company. Suppose an accident or any other incident, so அப்போ வந்து we will claim the amount from the insurance company. அப்போ வந்து we will write the claim letter. Okay, complaint மட்டும் இல்ல, ஒரு amount வந்து claim பண்றதுக்கும் we will send claim letter. Okay, then we have mild and strong appeals. ஸோ அந்த வேர்ட்ல இருந்து கிளியரா இருக்குது. அந்த அப்பீல் லெட்டர் வந்து மைல்டா இருக்கலாம் ஸ்ட்ராங்கா இருக்கலாம். ஸோ மைல்டு அப்பீல் லெட்டரில் வந்து we will be very polite. We have to be factual. That means the main content should be the fact வந்து மென்ஷன் பண்ணோம். Then we have to explain our difficulty and we have to follow up it. Okay, so this is mild, so that will be very polite. But in strong appeal letter பார்த்தீங்கன்னா you will emphasize or you will give more importance to the urgency. இது வந்து ரொம்ப எமர்ஜென்சியா இருக்குது, ரொம்ப அர்ஜென்டா இருக்குது, ஸோ இது வந்து கொஞ்சம் சீக்கிரமா பண்ணி கொடுங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ அவர் என்ன சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா இந்த மெயிலுக்கு ரிப்ளை வரும்போது அது கூட வந்து எங்களுக்கு பேமெண்ட் வந்துடணும். நம்ம அந்த கலெக்ஷன் லெட்டர்ல லாஸ்ட் ஃபைனல் லெட்டர் பார்த்தீங்க இல்லையா, that is an example for strong appeal letter. நீங்க இத்தனை டேஸுக்குள்ள நீங்க பே பண்ணாட்டி லீகல் ஆக்ஷன் எடுப்போம். ஓகே, லீகல் ஆக்ஷன் எடுக்கும்போது உங்களோட குட்வில் வந்து அஃபெக்ட் ஆகும். Question paper. இது வந்து Jan 2021 question paper. Okay, so you have two sections, part A and part 5. Okay, question paper visible இருக்குதா உங்களுக்கு? visible இருக்கு இல்லையா? Okay,
லைட்டா blur-ஆ இருக்கு.
Okay. Okay, I think it is clear now. ஓகே, நீங்க வந்து ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் எடுத்து கூட பார்க்கலாம். ஓகே, இல்லாட்டி டிடி வெப்சைட்ல கூட இது இருக்குது. ஓகே, இட் இஸ் அவைலபிள் இன் டிடி வெப்சைட். ஸோ யூ ஹேவ் 2 parts, part A and part B. Part A ல வந்து you have 8 questions and you have to write 5 questions and 40 marks. Okay, ஒரு கொஸ்டினுக்கு வந்து 5 marks and sorry, ஒரு கொஸ்டினுக்கு வந்து 8 marks. The total marks is 40. That is part A. Part B பார்த்தீங்கன்னா sorry, part B பார்த்தீங்கன்னா you have 5 questions and you have 6 questions and you have to write 4. Okay, so ஒரு கொஸ்டினுக்கு வந்து 15 marks. The total marks is 60. So the overall total is 100 marks. So you have part A, part B. Part A ல வந்து 8 questions, அதில் வந்து 5 questions answer பண்ணோம் and 1 question carries 8 marks. The total marks is 40. Part B, you have 6 questions. You have to answer 4, 15 marks per question and the total marks is 60. Okay. So this is Jan 2021 question paper and I have one more question paper. This is December 2021. Okay. Okay, you may take a screenshot of this also. Okay. This is part A and this is part B. Hope you have taken the screenshot. Okay, now we will come to unit 3. There we have letters of inquiries, quotations and offers. Okay. So letters of inquiry. So நம்ம வந்து usually inquiry letters எழுதுறது வந்து whether sometimes we have to get information about the availability of some products, அதோட prices, terms of business. Okay, so இதுக்காக தான் letters of inquiry வந்து நம்ம usually பண்றது. Okay, இதுல வந்து 2 types இருக்குது. Okay, there are 2 types, that is solicited letters of inquiry and unsolicited letters of inquiry. Solicited letters of inquiry எப்படின்னா நம்ம வந்து ஒரு அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் பார்த்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் அந்த அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட்க்கு வந்து ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ணி நம்ம ஒரு லெட்டர் எழுதுவோம். ஓகே, அதுதான் solicited letters of inquiry. Unsolicited letters of inquiryனா நம்ம வந்து கேட்லாக்ஸ், மேகசின்ஸ், டைரக்டரிஸ் இதுக்காக நம்ம வந்து ரிக்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுவோம். ஓகே, ஸோ அதுக்காக நம்ம அனுப்புகிற லெட்டர்ஸ் தான் unsolicited letters of inquiry. Okay, so we are requesting them to send these details. Okay, so under letters of inquiry we have 2 types, solicited letters of inquiry and unsolicited letters of inquiry. So solicited letter na நம்ம அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் பார்த்துட்டு அது பேஸ் பண்ணி we are writing a letter. Unsolicited na நம்ம வந்து just catalogs, magazines, directories-க்காக we are sending the letter. So in the letters of inquiry, what can be the opening sentences and the closing sentences? So opening sentences பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த opening paragraph நம்ம சொன்னல body of the letter, opening paragraph, middle paragraph and closing paragraph. So opening paragraph வந்து we should be glad to receive your lowest quotations and terms of business for the following goods. Okay, அது ஒரு sentence. இன்னொரு pattern வந்து we shall be thankful if you could let us have your terms of business for the supply of the following goods in large quantities. So business terms and conditions தான் அவங்க வந்து கேட்குறாங்க. ஸோ இது வந்து ஓப்பனிங். மிடில் பேராகிராஃபில் வந்து you will write the main details. Okay, closing sentence இந்த letters of inquiryல வந்து closing sentence எப்படி இருக்கலாம்? Okay, so we intend to place a large order. இப்படி எல்லாமே conditions இருந்தால் we intend to place a large order. Prices are reasonable. Prices reasonable இருந்தா we will place a large order. We are interested to place a large order. Or இன்னொரு pattern வந்து we therefore request you to state the best terms you can offer to enable us to place an order with you. Okay, so these are the closing sentences in letters of inquiry. So what is the main purpose of letters of inquiry? To get information about the availability of some products, அதோட price, terms of business. Okay, whether immediate payment or payment on delivery or is it on credit terms. Okay, in the details எல்லாமே வந்து it will be there in letters of inquiry. Okay, ஸோ சம்டைம்ஸ் வந்து கொஸ்டின் வரலாம். ஓகே, ப்ரிப்பேர் அ லெட்டர் ஆஃப் இன்கொயரின்னு சொல்லிட்டு வரலாம். ஸோ பேஸ்ட் ஆன் தி லே அவுட் அண்ட் தி ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் யூ ஹாவ் டு ப்ரிப்பேர் த லெட்டர். லெட்டர் ஃபார்மேட் வந்து இட் இஸ் தேர் இன் யோர் ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல். ஓகே. Then next one is offer and quotation. Offer and quotation. First of all, we will see what is the difference between offer and quotation. So offer is provided by the suppliers on the goods to the companies. For example, discounts. So supplier will think for the regular customers we will provide discount. Okay, so that is offer letter. So offer letter வந்து it is given by the supplier to the customer. Okay, we are having these offers. If you are interested, you can purchase the goods. So அதுதான் offer. கொட்டேஷன்னா நம்ம ரிக்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுவோம், கஸ்டமர் ரிக்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணும்போது சப்ளையர் அனுப்புகிற லெட்டர் தான் கொட்டேஷன். ஓகே, கொட்டேஷன்ஸ் ஆர் ப்ரொவைடட் ஆன் தி ரிக்வெஸ்ட் ஆஃப் தி கம்பெனிஸ். ஓகே, ஸோ ஆஃபர் வந்து சப்ளைஸை வந்து அனுப்புறது, கொட்டேஷன் வந்து கஸ்டமர் கேட்கறது. ஓகே, திஸ் இஸ் த டிஃபரன்ஸ் பிட்வீன் ஆஃபர் அண்ட் கொட்டேஷன். நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் இஸ் ஆர்டர் லெட்டர். ஓகே, யூ வாண்ட் டு ஆர்டர் சம்திங். ஓகே, ஸோ ஆர்டர் பண்ணும்போது ஆர்டர் லெட்டரில் வந்து என்னெல்லாம் டீட்டெயில்ஸ் இருக்கும். ஓகே, there will be description of the quality of the goods and quantity of the goods. Goods ஓட quality இப்படி இருக்கணும், இத்தனை quantity வேணும். ஓகே, then quotations வந்து attach பண்ணணும். Then mode of transport, whether it is by road or rail transport, okay, or air transport. So the mode of transport should be mentioned. Then address to which the goods are to be sent. எந்த அட்ரஸ்ல வந்து goods அனுப்பணும். Time limit, whether 2 months or 3 months. Then type of packing required. Okay, ரொம்ப திக் பேக்கிங் தேவையா இல்லாட்டி மைல்ட் பேக்கிங் போதுமா. ஓகே, தென் இன்சூரன்ஸ் டு பி எஃபெக்டட், ஏதாவது இன்சூரன்ஸ் இது இன்சூர் பண்ணுமா அது. தென் எனி அதர் ஸ்பெஷல் கண்டிஷன்ஸ். Then mode of remittance and settlement of account, whether the account settlement through cash or through check or whether online payment, இதெல்லாமே வந்து இந்த ஆர்டர் லெட்டர்ல வந்து மென்ஷன் பண்ணியிருக்கணும். ஓகே, ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஆர்டர் லெட்டர் அனுப்பும்போது there should be an acknowledgement. Okay, your letter is acknowledged. Okay, we will go through all your requirements and we will inform சொல்லிட்டு there should be an acknowledgement letter. That is called acknowledgement of order. அந்த ஆர்டர் லெட்டர் வந்து acknowledge பண்ணி you are replying. So such type of letters are called stop gap letters. You can see here stop gap letters. Okay, so acknowledgement of order, that letter is called stop gap letter. Next one வந்து letters advising execution of order. That means letters intimating the dispatch of goods as per order and usually sent along with the invoice for the goods supplied. Okay, so order வந்து execute பண்ணும்போது or order வந்து implement பண்ணும்போது அது வந்து அவங்க ஒரு லெட்டர் அனுப்புவாங்க. இந்த மாதிரி குட்ஸ் இங்கிறது நாங்கள் அனுப்பியிருக்கோம், யூ வில் பி ரிசீவிங் ஆன் திஸ் பர்டிகுலர் டே. அது கூட அவங்க வந்து இன்வாய்ஸும் அட்டாச் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஓகே, ஓகே, அது ஒரு இது. இன்னொன்று வந்து அவங்க வந்து ஆர்டர் கேட்டிருக்காங்க, பட் ஆர்டர் வந்து உடனே எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்ண முடியாது. பிகாஸ் குட்ஸ் அவைலபிளாக இல்லாமல் இருக்கலாம், ஆர் மேபி டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட்டேஷன் இஷ்யூவாக இருக்கலாம், ஆர் டியூ டு கிளைமேட்டிக் கண்டிஷன்ஸ், ஹெவி ரெயின்னால குட்ஸ் வந்து உடனே சப்ளை பண்ணாமல் இருக்கலாம். ஓகே, ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி inability to execute order, அந்த டைமில் what should the supplier do? The letter must express thanks for the order and then give reasons for not executing it. சப்ளையர் வந்து கஸ்டமர் கிட்ட தேங்க் பண்ணோம், தேங்க்யூ ஃபார் யோர் ஆர்டர், பட் டியூ டு சர்டன் ரீசன்ஸ் வி ஆர் அன்ஏபிள் டு எக்ஸிக்யூட் யோர் ஆர்டர்னு சொல்லி ஒரு பொலைட் லெட்டர் வந்து சப்ளையர் ஹேஸ் டு சென்ட் டு தி கஸ்டமர். தென் கேன்சலேஷன் ஆஃப் ஆர்டர். சம்டைம்ஸ் வந்து கஸ்டமர் தேவை இருக்குன்னு சொல்லி ஆர்டர் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, பட் ஆர்டர் மேபி டியூ டு ஃபினான்ஷியல் ப்ராப்ளம் தி கஸ்டமர் wants to cancel the order. Okay, so he might think, okay, இப்போதைக்கு வாங்க வேண்டாம், நம்ம அப்புறமா வாங்கலாம், ஒரு 6 months கழிச்சு வாங்கலாம், நம்ம கொஞ்சம் ஃபினான்ஸ் எல்லாம் ரேஸ் பண்ணிட்டு நம்ம வாங்குவோம். அப்போ வந்து what he will do? After placing the order, he will find it necessary to cancel it. At that time, he will prepare a cancellation letter. Okay, so cancellation letter also should be very polite so that it will not irritate the supplier. Okay, so in this slide you had learned what is the difference between offer and quotation and also about the order letter. Okay, Hope you have taken the screenshot and you are able to follow it. Okay. Okay, now we will go to the next slide. That is unit 4. It is about circular, sales and bank correspondence. Okay. So circular letter. So yesterday we saw that a circular letter, the same message has to be informed to a large number of people. Okay. ஒரே டைம்ல நிறைய பேருக்கு same information போகணும். At that time, the companies, they will use the circular letter. Okay. For example, even some supermarkets or some textile shops, they will collect the email IDs of the customers or phone numbers of the customer and they will send the bulk mail or bulk messages. Okay. So in the madri bulk letter anupumbodhu same message is sent to their customers. Okay. So such type of letters is called circular letter. Okay. So definite message has to be sent simultaneously to a large number of people. Okay. So such type of letters are called circular letters. Okay. So circular letters வந்து என்னெல்லாம் situation வரும்போது certain examples I have given here. Sorry, இங்க வந்து number வந்து தப்பா இருக்கு. Okay, 1 2 3 5 இருக்குது. Okay, so you need not care about that. You just see the matter alone. Okay. Occasions for sending out circular letters. First of all, when we are starting a new business or we are opening a new shop, so at that time we will send letters to a large number of people. If we send it through WhatsApp or Instagram, or even we may post in Facebook so that many people can see it. Or we are shifting a business to a new premises. ஒரு business ஆஃபீஸ் ஒரு இடத்துல இருந்து இன்னொரு இடத்துக்கு மாற்ற போறாங்க. ஆர் ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்குள்ளேன்னா ஒரு புது டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஆட் பண்ண போறாங்க. ஆர் இப்போ இருக்கிற டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் க்ளோஸ் பண்ண போறாங்க. ஓகே. தென் யூ ஆர் அப்பாயிண்டிங் a new manager or a person has resigned or a person has retired. Okay. Then traveling salesman சேஞ்ச் இருக்குது. தென் ஒரு ப்ராப்ரேட்டர்ஷிப் கன்சர்ன் சோல் ப்ராப்ரேட்டர்ஷிப்பா இருந்த ஒரு கன்சர்ன் பார்ட்னர்ஷிப்பா மாத்திருக்காங்க. ஆர் பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் க்ளோஸ் பண்றாங்க. ஓகே. தென் ஓப்பனிங் a நியூ பிரான்ச் ஆர் க்ளோசிங் டவுன் அண்ட் ஓல்ட் பிரான்ச். இப்போ ஒரு பேங்க் புது ஒரு பிரான்ச் ஓப்பன் பண்ணும்போது தே வில் அட்வர்டைஸ் இன் தி நியூஸ் பேப்பர். ஆர் அவங்களோட எக்ஸிஸ்டிங் கஸ்டமர்ஸ்க்கு லெட்டர் கூட அனுப்பலாம். ஓகே. Then expansion of the existing premises. இப்போ இருக்கிற premises ஆஃபீஸ் expand பண்றாங்க. Okay. Then some instructions to the agents, local managers, travelers regarding the changes in prices, discounts. இதெல்லாம் it happens in jewelry shops, then supermarket, textile shops. இதுல எல்லாமே இந்த மாதிரி letters அவங்க அனுப்புவாங்க. Then ஒரு புது ப்ராடக்ட் இன்ட்ரோடியூஸ் பண்றாங்க. ஓல்ட் ப்ராடக்ட்ல இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது. தென் கிளியரன்ஸ் சேல்ஸ், ஸோ டிஸ்கவுண்ட்ஸ் இந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும்போது they send circular letters because the same information has to be forwarded to a large number of people. So at that time, the organizations, they use circular letters. Okay. Hope it is clear to you. You may take a screenshot of this. Okay. Okay. Next one is sales letter. Okay. Sales letter, we can say that it is a form of direct marketing. So on the sales letter it should be very personal, or we can say that it can be a customized letter. It can ஒரு particular customer focus பண்ணி எழுதுனா இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் customers கிடைக்கிறதுக்கு it will be useful. Okay. So it is a form of direct marketing and it should attract potential customers to a product or service. Okay. ஸோ இதோட மெயின் பர்பஸ் என்னன்னா கஸ்டமரை எப்படியாவது ஓகே இந்த ப்ராடக்ட் வாங்க வைக்கணும் ஆர் சர்வீஸ் யூஸ் பண்ண வைக்கணும். ஓகே. ஸோ தட் சேல்ஸ் லெட்டர் ஷுட் கிரியேட் அண்ட் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இன் தி ரீடர். ஓகே. ஸோ அதில் அந்த ப்ராடக்ட் ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் இருக்கணும், அந்த ப்ராடக்ட்ஸோட பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் இருக்கணும். ஸோ அட்வான்டேஜஸ் எல்லாமே போட்டிங்கன்னா த கஸ்டமர் வில் பி சாட்டிஸ்ஃபைட் ஆர் வி கேன் கன்வின்ஸ் தி கஸ்டமர். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி கன்வின்ஸ் பண்ண முடிச்சுன்னா அந்த சேல்ஸ் லெட்டர் இஸ் சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல். ஓகே. So that sales letter, so objective பாத்தீங்கன்னா the objective of a sales letter is to attract the potential customers to a product or service. Okay. And they have to say the customer should feel okay in the product use பண்ணா எனக்கு என்னெல்லாம் benefit இருக்கும். So that also the customer should understand. So advantages of a sales letter: to generate leads and create interest in potential customers, Then effective marketing tool to promote existing or new products and services. இப்போ இருக்கிற ப்ராடக்ட் வந்து ப்ரமோட் பண்ணுறதுக்கும் புது ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சர்வீசஸ் ப்ரமோட் பண்ணுறதுக்கும் சேல்ஸ் லெட்டர் இஸ் யூஸ்ஃபுல். ஓகே, அண்ட் இட் கேன் பி பர்சனலைஸ்ட் ஆர் customized. ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் கஸ்டமரை வந்து ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணி எழுதுறது. ஓகே, it can be a personalized letter to target specific individual or groups. Okay, so that will increase the effectiveness of the sales letter. Okay, then a well-written sales letter can help close deals and boost the bottom line. ஒரு சேல்ஸ் லெட்டர் நல்லா ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணி அனுப்பிட்டாங்கன்னா ஸோ தி கஸ்டமர் வில் பி அட்ராக்டட் டு தட் பர்டிகுலர் ஆர்கனைசேஷன். ஓகே, ஸோ தட் இஸ் ஓவர். அந்த டீல் வந்து அப்போ அங்கே ஓவர் ஆகும். மறுபடியும் ரிமைண்டர் எல்லாமே கொடுக்கணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. தட் வில் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை தி கஸ்டமர். ஓகே, தென் நம்ம வந்து இந்த சேல்ஸ் லெட்டரோட ரிசல்ட்ஸ் வந்து எப்படி அனலைஸ் பண்ணலாம்? சேல்ஸ் லெட்டரோட ரிசல்ட் அனலைஸ் பண்ணுறது பேஸ்ட் ஆன் தி ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் ரிசீவ்டு. நம்ம எத்தனை சேல்ஸ் லெட்டர் அனுப்பணும், எத்தனை பேருக்கு அனுப்பணும், எத்தனை பேர் ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ணாங்க. ஓகே, பேஸ்ட் ஆன் திஸ் வி கேன் இவாலுவேட் தி சக்ஸஸ் ஆஃப் தி சேல்ஸ் லெட்டர். ஓகே, அண்ட் இட் இஸ் ஈஸி அண்ட் இட் இஸ் inexpensive to produce compared to other marketing materials such as TV commercials or print ads. Because TV commercialsக்கும் print adsக்கும் வந்து நம்ம நிறைய பெரிய அமௌண்ட் பே பண்ண வேண்டியதாக இருக்கும். பட் சேல்ஸ் லெட்டர் வந்து இட் இஸ் நாட் எக்ஸ்பென்சிவ். அது வந்து கம்மியாக இருக்கும். இப்போ வந்து இமெயில் அனுப்புனா இமெயில் வந்து அப்படியே எல்லாரோட மெயில் ஐடி போட்டு அப்படியே அனுப்புனாங்கன்னா தெர் இஸ் நோ காஸ்ட் இன்வால்வ். ஓகே, காஸ்டே வந்து கிடையாது. அதே மாதிரி வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் வந்து ஒரு போஸ்டர் அனுப்புறது, ஒரு இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில் வந்து ஒரு போஸ்டர் போஸ்ட் பண்ணுறது, ஒரு ஃபேஸ்புக். ஓகே, இன் எனி சோஷியல் மீடியா யூ கேன் டூ இட் வித்தவுட் much expenses. Okay, and it provides an opportunity for the organization to sell themselves. So அந்த மாதிரி அவங்களே வந்து இந்த ஒரு polite sales letter எழுதும்போது it will increase the reputation or it will build the goodwill of the company and also the customers. Okay, so organizationோட goodwill improve ஆகும். customers வந்து ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ணும்போது அவங்களோட இமேஜ் ஆர் அவங்களோட குட்வில்லும் இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகும். ஓகே, so these are the advantages of a sales letter. Hope you are all there. எல்லாரும் இருக்கீங்க இல்லையா? And also listening. Okay, so this is about the sales letter and advantages of sales letter. Understand பண்ண முடியுது இல்லையா? Are you able to follow it?
Yes ma'am.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, then 3 P's of sales. எதனால 3 P's சொல்றாங்க? அந்த 3 பாயிண்ட் வந்து it starts with P. So நம்ம பார்க்க வேண்டிய பாயிண்ட் வந்து passion, pride, perseverance. So we will see what is passion. We have to be passionate about the products, services and clients. நம்ம ஒரு சேல்ஸ் இது பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி, ஒரு சேல்ஸ் லெட்டர் அனுப்புறதுக்கு முன்னாடி we should be passionate. நமக்கு வந்து நம்ம ஆர்கனைசேஷன், நம்மளோட ப்ராடக்ட், நம்மளோட சர்வீஸ், நம்மளோட கிளைண்ட்ஸ், those things you should have in your mind. அந்த ஒரு சென்ஸ் ஆஃப் பிலாங்கிங்னஸ் இருந்தால் தான் அந்த சேல்ஸ் லெட்டர் வந்து அவ்வளோ ஒரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக எழுத முடியும். ஓகே, and you have to be proud of what you are doing and what you are offering. ஓகே, நம்ம வந்து கரெக்டான சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணுறோம், நல்ல ப்ராடக்ட் ஆஃபர் பண்ணுறோம். ஓகே, ஸோ தட் ப்ரைட் ஷுட் பி இன் யூ. அண்ட் பர்சீவரன்ஸ். சம்டைம்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம ஏதாவது ஒரு விஷயம் பண்ண உடனே வந்து நமக்கு ரிசல்ட் கிடைக்காது. We have to be patient. We have to wait. Then only we will get the result. Okay, so we might have sometimes we have to send many 3 or 4 sales letters to get a reply. Okay, so you have to be patient. So perseverance. Okay, so 3 P's of sales: passion, pride and perseverance. Passion na and your involvement. Pride na you have to be proud of what you are doing and what you are offering. Perseverance na you have to be patient. You have to wait for some time to get the result. Immediate வந்து ரிசல்ட் கிடைக்கணும்னு வந்து அவசியம் கிடையாது. ஓகே, நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் வந்து பேங்க் கரஸ்பாண்டன்ஸ். பேங்க் கரஸ்பாண்டன்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இட் மைட் பி நம்ம எல்லாமே பேங்க் போகிறோம். இப்போ வந்து நிறைய விஷயம் ஆன்லைனில் நடக்கிறதுனால we are doing it online. Okay, but for at least once in a while we have to go to the bank. Okay, so bankல வந்து sometimes the correspondence happens between a bank and its customers, bank and its head office, bank and outsiders and between banks. ஒரு பேங்க் இன்னொரு பேங்க் வந்து லெட்டர் அனுப்புவாங்க. ஓகே, So that is called correspondence between a bank and its customers. So இப்போ வந்து SMS வரும், then mail வரலாம். Okay, so that is a correspondence. Then between bank and its head office, State Bank of India அவங்களோட head officeக்கு வந்து அவங்க லெட்டர் அனுப்பலாம், or head officeல இருந்து bank branchesக்கு வந்து லெட்டர் வரலாம். Okay, then correspondence between a bank and outsiders, maybe to the government, maybe to some other clients. Okay, a bank and outsiders. Another one வந்து correspondence between one bank and another bank. Okay, maybe between State Bank of India and ICICI Bank or HDFC Bank. So between banks. Okay, so under between banks, banks and outsiders, bank and head office, and bank and its customers, that is called bank correspondence. Okay, so the main duty of the bank is to maintain secrecy about the accounts and other affairs of its clients. Okay, so ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷனாக இருந்தாலும் கார்பரேட்டாக இருந்தாலும் இண்டிவிஜுவலாக இருந்தாலும் பேங்க் என்ன பண்ணணும், they have to maintain secrecy. Never they should reveal the accounts and other details of the clients to others. Okay, இன்னொரு person வந்து தெரியணும் அவசியமே கிடையாது. So it is a duty of the bank to maintain secrecy. Okay, so hope you have taken the screenshot of this. And yesterday you asked for my mail ID. No, you may take the mail ID. So in case of any doubt, இப்போ வந்து சிலவங்க வந்து தமிழ் தான் பேசணும்னு சொன்னாங்க, இப்போ வந்து நான் சொன்னது புரியல அப்படின்னா நீங்கள் வந்து வாய்ஸ் ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணி அந்த ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ண வாய்ஸை வந்து மெயில் அனுப்புங்க, நான் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணி ஐ கேன் ரிப்ளை. ஓகே, திஸ் இஸ் மை மெயில் ஐடி ann@sgcpdy.com. இதில் மெயில் அனுப்புங்க, ஐ வில் ரிப்ளை. ஓகே, ஸோ அதே மாதிரி நீங்கள் இது பாண்டிச்சேரி யூனிவர்சிட்டி வெப்சைட்டில் போனீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து மெட்டீரியல் கிடைக்கும். அதே மாதிரி பழைய கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர், எஸ்டர்டே ஐ ஃபவுண்ட் தீஸ் 2 கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர்ஸ். அண்ட் அது இல்லாமல் உங்களோட மெட்டீரியல், ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல் வந்து ஆஃப்டர் ஈச் யூனிட் யூ ஹேவ் சர்டன் கொஸ்டின்ஸ். ஓகே, ஸோ யூ கேன் ப்ரிப்பேர் தட் ஆல்சோ. ஓகே, ஸோ இன்னைக்கு நம்ம பார்த்தது வந்து
ஓகே
Ma'am, sorry, can you please show me your email?
If you want, you can leave because I have completed. I am just winding up. If you want, you can leave. Okay.
No, I just want your email ID.
Email ID.
To take a snap.
Okay. Just a minute. Yeah, my email ID is here. You can take a screenshot. ann@sgcpdy.com.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, hope all of you have taken it. So நான் முன்னாடி சொன்ன மாதிரி லெட்டர் ரைட்டிங். ஓகே, இட் இஸ் அன் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் கொஸ்டின். ஓகே, ஸோ லெட்டர் ரைட்டிங் இது பண்ணும்போது யூ ஹாவ் டு ஃபாலோ தி ஸ்ட்ரக்சர். அந்த ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இருந்தாலே வந்து யூ கேன் ஸ்கோர் குட் மார்க்ஸ். வி வில் சி த கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர். அந்த கொஸ்டின் பேப்பரில் வந்து லெட்டர்ஸ் கேட்டிருக்காங்க பாருங்க. ஒன் இஸ் டிஸ்கஸ் த லே அவுட் ஆஃப் எ பிஸ்னஸ் லெட்டர். நம்ம பார்த்தோம் இல்லையா, ஸ்ட்ரக்சர், லே அவுட் இதெல்லாம் பார்த்தோம். Draft an inquiry letter asking for prices of TV sets. Okay, so you have to ask for the quotation of the TV. Okay, so you are writing that. Then write a letter to bank requesting for loan. Loan எடுக்கிறதுக்காக you are writing a letter to the bank. அப்போ வந்து inside address என்ன இருக்கும், to the manager, to the branch manager and the bank ஓட பேர் போட்டு. Okay, so then ask for a quotation of Japan drilling machines from Mrs. M Traders of Japan under the agency terms. Okay, so இதெல்லாம் வந்து இனிமே தான் வரும், யூனிட் 5ல தான் ஏஜென்சி வரும். ஓகே, ஸோ கண்டிப்பாக வந்து you will have some 2 or 3 letters compulsory. So definitely you have to learn letter writing. Okay, then section 8 பார்த்தீங்கன்னா process of communication, kinds of business letter, advantages of sales letter. Okay, so along with my PPT you have to read the your study material too. அதில் வந்து எலாபரேட்டாக இருக்கும். PPTனா ஜஸ்ட் வந்து பவர் பாயிண்ட்ஸ், அந்த மெயின் பாயிண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும்தான் இருக்கும். ஓகேங்களா, அதனால you have to go through the study material. So here again explain the layout of a business letter, then a draft letter to inquire of your suppliers about the price at time of delivery of raincoats, overcoats of sports materials. Okay, then write a letter to LIC of Mumbai asking for loan. write a letter, Tamil New Year greetings to be sent to the customers of leading textiles in Coimbatore city. So இந்த மாதிரி நீங்க லெட்டர் எழுதுறதுக்கு லேர்ன் பண்ணீங்கன்னா you can score marks. என்னன்னா நீங்க எக்ஸாம்க்கு வந்து நிறைய எழுதணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை because it is 15 marks. ஒரு essay question ஆன்சர் பண்ணும்போது you have to write elaborately. கண்டிப்பா வந்து you have to write some 4-5 pages, then only you will get marks. Okay, அதே மாதிரி செக்ஷன் A பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 8 marks. அதுல வந்து கண்டிப்பா you have to write in detail. Okay, so here again objectives of business letter, function of business letter. Okay, communication is the lifeblood of a business organization. Yesterday I told you, so inga vandu communication is the lifeblood of a business organization kekumbodhu you have to write about the importance of communication. As blood is essential for the human body, in the same way communication is very much important for a business. Okay, communication illama business vandu expand pannave mudiyadhu because you have to communicate with many people either through mails, letters. Okay, oral communication irukkalam, written communication irukkalam. Okay, இங்க செக்ஷன் A ல கேட்டிருக்காங்க draft a circular letter announcing the charge of premises of branch of change. It's not charge, change of premises of branch of Indian Overseas Bank in Madurai. Okay, so அவங்க வந்து premises மாத்துறாங்க, இடம் மாத்துறதுக்காக they are sending a letter. So they have to send to lots of people. So that letter is called circular letter. Okay, so while preparing for exam, you please go through the previous year question paper, so you will get an idea. அதே மாதிரி letters வந்து கண்டிப்பா நீங்க learn பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும். Now we found that the question will be both in part A and part B. Okay, so today we had seen till unit 4. Okay, so இன்னைக்கு பார்த்து வந்து essentials of an effective business letter, structure or layout or parts of a business letter. This is important. இது நல்லா நீங்க ஞாபகம் வச்சீங்கன்னா you can write a letter, you can write a well structured letter. Okay, then request letters, then collection letters, claims letters, letter of inquiry, then difference between offer and quotation, then order letter, then we have seen circular letter, then what are the various conditions what are the various occasions of sending circular letters, then sales letter, its advantages, then we saw 3 P's of sales and bank correspondence. Okay, hope you understood all these topics. In case of any clarification or doubts, you may please write to my mail ID. நீங்க எழுதும்போது you please identify yourself. Please write your name, okay, and from which place are you, okay, and whether you belong to BBA or BCom. Okay, other details எழுதிங்கன்னா it will be easy for me to explain. Okay, so உங்களோட doubts வந்து நீங்க type பண்ணலாம் or even you can put a voice too. Okay, I can reply accordingly. Okay, so
Okay, ma'am.
ஸோ இப்போ யூனிட் 4 வரைக்கும் நீங்க கிளியரா இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நீங்க ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியலும் கோ த்ரூ பண்ணுங்க. ஓகே, டிலே பண்ண வேண்டாம். எல்லாருமே ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் எடுத்தீங்களா? யாருக்காவது ஏதாவது ஸ்லைட்ஸோட ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் எடுக்கணுமா அப்படின்னா ஐ வில் கோ பேக். ஓகே ஓகே, ஸோ ஹோப் த டாபிக்ஸ் ஆர் கிளியர் டு யூ. ஸோ நம்ம யூனிட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நமக்கு 8 யூனிட் இருக்குது, 8 யூனிட்ஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ till today, by yesterday and today, we completed 4 units. We touched the 4 units. So now it's your turn to revise and study the portions. Okay, so in next class we will see unit 5 and 6. Okay, so next session will be next Saturday. Okay,
ma'am, okay ma'am, thank you ma'am.
Okay, சொல்லுங்க.
எக்ஸாம் வந்து எப்ப எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணலாமா?
எக்ஸாம்ஸ் வந்து ஐ திங்க் இப்போ கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் பார்க்கும்போது டிசம்பர் ஜனவரி தான் இருந்தது. ஸோ மேபி ஐ திங்க் அந்த டைம் தான் வரும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். உங்களோட ஆனுவல் பேட்டர்ன் தானே, செமஸ்டர் இல்லல்ல?
இல்ல மேம்.
ஓகே, ஆனுவல் பேட்டர்ன்னா மேபி அந்த டைம் தான் வரும்னு நினைக்கிறேன், தெரியல. ஆர் இட் மைட் பி
டிசம்பர் 26 மேம்.
டிசம்பர் 26. ஓகே ஓகே, வெப்சைட்ல இருக்கா?
எஸ் மேம்.
ஓகே 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 ஓகே, so thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, director has from director's office they have replied December. Okay, so you please go through the Pondicherry University website also. Okay, so that you will have a better idea. Okay, then any other clarification?
Ma'am,
Ma'am.
I just have one small clarification.
Hmm.
Actually, I couldn't take the snapshots of today's classes because I am actually working. I'm not in India. I'm abroad.
Okay.
So, if you don't mind, if I email you, can you please send me today's PPT or whatever
Like,
it is, if it is a PDF?
can you take a screenshot
The
now?
slides.